All right. Again, Stroud Safety Pro Mods presented by J&A Service. You guys need to come on out to the lanes. We are getting ready to rock and roll here. The Summer Racing Equipment Midwest Drag Racing Series. We are going live in about 60 seconds. We are live now. All right. Well, hi, everybody. Welcome to the Throwdown in T-Town. It is the Summit Racing Equipment Midwest Drag Racing Series presented by J&A Service. Coming up in just a couple short minutes, we are going to be bringing you the stars and cars of the Summit Racing Equipment, or the Stroud Safety Pro Mods presented by Larry Jeffers Race Cars. My name is Luke Clevenger. Glad to join you guys on Facebook, on YouTube. And we see the roamers coming out there, and that is our good friend Richard, Dirty Panda, on Facebook and YouTube. He does some drone shots as well. Big shout out. Yes. Pro Mods are in the lanes, should be coming to the lanes. We just got track prep done. We have made our way through round one of time trials for the juniors. J&A Service Funny Cars, you guys are on standby. And when I say on standby, I mean I could call you guys at any time in the next couple seconds. Hey, there's Callie Mills. There is McNeil is out there. I see there's Keith Haney back there. Ron Minix is back there. Let's see. I think Goolsby's still making his way there. I don't see him there quite yet. Man, what a great lineup of cars we got for you guys. This is just going to be an absolutely fantastic show. I'm telling you guys, you should get excited because these Stroud Safety Pro Mods presented by Larry Jeffers Race Cars are just bad to the bone. Hey, how's it going? Caden Dool, do you want to drive a Pro Mod one day?
Oh, yeah, we're going to work up to it from top sportsman to pro mod, but it's the goal.
Oh, I mean, that's the smart way to do it. You don't want to make that jump too big. You want to get next fastest thing, build your way up. But man, do you have a pro mod that you like best? What's your favorite car?
I like turbos, so I got to go with like any turbo cars out there. So
any turbo cars. That's a man after my own heart. Hey, there you go. All right. So the lanes are filling on up. We thank Richard out there for taking a peek with that roamer cam. And so oh, man, how about that? The Black Mamba, the one and only. That, of course, Keith Haney, who was so rudely reminded last night that he is the second place finisher in the championship last year. And usually Haney being in the mix, probably not a surprise after he won 2 years ago. What was a surprise is how much of a shellacking he got from Mark Mickey. I mean, Haney had a tremendous season. Mark Mickey probably had the best single year of anybody in pro mod racing last year. So Haney licks his wounds and says, hey, we're ready to rock and roll one more time this year. Let's run it back, because he was right there. But we have so many new talented drivers coming into this field. Mike Narks, I mean, you were at the first race in at XRP right south of Dallas. How cool is it to have this many new pro mods in our mix this year?
Well, you and I were talking about this last night. The one caveat to paying $20,000 to win is that racers are going to come out of the woodwork. Yep. I mean, Midwest Drag Race Series pays more for the season than any other series out there for pro mod. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. $20,000 to win, $5,000 to runner up, plus the slammers class. So if you don't qualify, if you don't make it through first round, you get in the slammers class, you can win that one too, win some money. So it's going to be awesome. Right now we're walking by all the cars for all the folks at home. We're walking by all the cars that are in the lanes for Q1. This is a big deal. It's a little warm right now. I feel like I'm sweating, but maybe it's just because I'm a little out of shape and it's hot. But it's going to be amazing out there, man.
It is indeed. And I would say it's hot by early May standards here in Tulsa and in Texas. But I would say that this is a very moderate weather compared to what we may be racing at the end of the month or in a month and a half in Kansas City. Right. So, man, it's not exactly a scorcher out there, but it is one of the warmer days of the year thus far. But I tell you what, when we get to tonight, if you look at that forecast, perfect racing weather.
It will absolutely be amazing tonight. There's no question. There's no question that it's going to be beautiful weather. So these guys are going to get their passes in now, and then tonight turn it up a little bit more. Chris Russo right here on the live stream. Another big shout out to a racer driving from a long ways from New Jersey or New York. I can't remember from there. Yep. And Ron Minnick's longtime racer with us. This is a Purple Heart car, a great car to watch. It's a lot of fun to see out there and see what's going on.
Indeed, indeed. You know, Minix, Russo's out there. Russo, of course, in the GMPE. That's the new Wells car. That's my first time. Well, new paint job on Not Eleanor, and that's my first time seeing it in person, and it is a beautiful shade of, what would you call that green? It is a Mustang, like it's a bullet green, yeah. And it is interesting because obviously this is my first race of the year, but it is not the first race of the year. But coming to the first race of the year and you got to get adjusted, it's going to be weird seeing that 2019 champion in a car that is not the black Mustang, right? It's like, hold on, your brain has to reset. All right, how about that? Yeah, Robert Costa's here, man. Robert Costa's here from New Mexico. Mike LeBate's here from New Mexico. We got a driver from Alaska. Like you said, we got one from New Jersey. They're coming from all over, of course. 2 from Florida. We have, there we go, thumbs up. We got racers from all over. Of course, our reigning J&A Service Funny Car champion comes from Bountiful, Utah. That is the town name, is Bountiful. It's not just a description. And we got thumbs up, and we are ready to rock and roll. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. It is Pro Mod Racing time, and we are here to kick things off at Tulsa Raceway Park. On the right side, it's Ryan Bush. The 1969 Camaro out of Fort Smith, Arkansas. And on the left side, it's Robert Davis out of Cantonment, Florida. All right, before we get really loud here, J&A Service Funny Car, we need you to the lanes. J&A Service Funny Car, we need you to the lanes, please. Ryan Bush on the right-hand side, 69 Camaro up against a 2018 Chevy Camaro from Davis on the left side. Pro Mod with a great field, a strong field, but notably one that we don't have the winner of our last race. And so that leaves points up for grabs, and the stage will be set here with these two in just a short bit. 3/4 of the way staged up. Robert Davis bumps in. We got green lights. Davis shakes it. Both of them are going to shake the tires as both will cruise across the line of 4.9 and 6.0 seconds. Not a ton to write about. They both got to about the, we'll call it 150-foot mark and had to shut her off. And so Ryan Bush and Robert Davis go back to the drawing board as we get things started with the throwdown in T-Town. All right, so Robert Davis, in a time that probably won't hold on for too long, is your number one qualifier, 4.904. And both of them cruise across the line there. And like I said, back to the drawing board. We saw this a bit in testing. This is a track that we tested on the right side today. Left side yesterday, left side hooked up, but yesterday was a very different day than today. Today, we did see some challenges in getting hooked up as cars transitioned up into that probably about 150-foot mark. Here comes our next pair. It's Robert Costa on the left-hand side, racing out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. That is a Larry Jeffers Mustang. And here it is in the new green. It is your 2019 champion and one of the crown jewel families of the Summer Race Equipment Midwest Drag Racing Series, Aaron Wells. Costa. 2024 Larry Jeffers race car, Mustang, built off of a 2023 body. Wells, 2019 champion, but we'll talk about his son later. His son is a 3-time junior champion. We honored him last night at the banquet. His son is no longer a junior. We'll talk about Tyler, but right now it's all about Aaron out of Edmond, Oklahoma. That 67 Shelby GT, bullet green. Okay, and Wells has to shut it off. He pulled up and to the right, but Robert Costa goes from point A to point B. The 390, not the fastest pass we'll see all weekend, but it is enough to get him on spot number 1 of the qualifying sheet. Aaron Wells with a 4.57 and a 2. Okay. While Robert Costa, 390 and a 4, 390 and a 4 at 189 miles per hour. And so Wells found a little bit further distance than the first two, but still did shut it off. It looked like probably about 400 feet out of the 660 that our finish line is located at. You can find the finish line by locating the 2 flags and the cone alongside the wall. That brings us to our next pair. It's Ron who? It's Ron Minix. On the left side, that is Chris Russo. That's a Darren Mayer Pro Engineering sponsored Pro Mod. Won Pro Mods at the Jet Cars Under the Stars event in Epping, New Hampshire last August. And I'll tell you what, man, that is a beautiful United Electric machine. 1969 Chevelle, 526 cubic inch engine. Going up against Ron Minix, who's running a Rare Morrison engine, tuned by Dave Pierce. Or Jeff Pierce, sorry. Yeah. Jeff Pierce, when you read about tuners here, I mean, Jeff Pierce is one of the best in the business right now. go. And this is going to be a nice pair of runs. 3.70 for Ron Minix. He got treed, but in qualifying, it ain't about your reaction time. It is about getting from point A to point B. He's your number one qualifier. Minix to the top with a 3.70. That 3.704 represents the first car in the 70s that we've seen. Christopher Russo, the second car in the 70s, runs an also stout 374 and a 4. So a 3.744 at 205 for Chris Russo. And he will slot in number 2. Costa, number 3. And there's about a 0.2 gap between second and third in our qualifying field thus far. Attention, J&A Service to the lane. J&A Service funny cars to the lanes. Pro 420 is on standby, and that is brought to you by Champion Auto Lift. Pro 420 on standby. Yeah, and on the right-hand side, that is Mike LeBate. LeBate coming to us out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. And on the left side, that is Callie Mills. Mills would like to thank some of her numerous sponsors, including Total Seal Piston Rings, Don Baskin Truck Sales, Strange Engineering, Extreme Racing Oil, and Scott Palmer Racing. Scott Palmer, of course, you'll hear that name a few times, and for good reason. That man is, if you ask a room full of people who are bad to the bone who the baddest dude on this property is, about 90 out of the 100 will say Scott Palmer, and the other 10 will say Scott Palmer's in a really close second. And so Mike LeBate calls up that Angry Bird, the 68 Nitrous Firebird on the right side. And gets ready to face off against Scarlett in qualifying round number 1. J&A Service funny cars, you guys should be making your way to the lanes. Here we go. Oh, and a double pedal fest here as both of them just try and get from point A to point B. There's a 498 and an 8 for Callie Mills is going to slot her 7th in a run not worth remembering for either of them. 493 and a 9 for LeBate. And so Callie Mills and Mike LeBate are right next to each other. 100-mile-an-hour pass roughly for both of them. And like I said, that's one of those runs that, well, we would call a banker run, right? Okay, you're on the board. Hope that the bump is a little lower than that, but you're on the board and trying to improve next time, because tonight you're going to get some very fast runs. Here we go. It's the one, the only Jacob McNeil. McNeil dropped a 378 at 200 mile an hour in testing. He has run, of course, Top Fuel. And when we talk about Scott Palmer, he's your tuner for the CUDA on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, how about this? This is not Jim Whiteley. This is not Snyder. This is Ray Martin, the Alaska-based driver of the J&A Service team. He's the driver of the minor racing top. These are two stout drivers showing the world what they got. A pair of great runs. Let's take a look at where they slot third and fourth. And so Jacob McNeil will slot in fourth at the 377 in a 6. And then Ray Martin will slot in third. With a 375 and a 2. All right, we need Champion Auto Lift Pro 420 to lanes 3 and 4. Pro 420 to lanes 3 and 4, brought to you by Champion Auto Lift. All righty, here it is. You know his name. It is the one, the only Black Mamba on the right-hand side. And on the left side, there is Chris Giuliano. And so Giuliano will go up against Keith Haney. Haney, of course, the owner of Tulsa Raceway Park, one of the owners of Tulsa Raceway Park, and he is a racer this weekend. He is unplugged from the world. Again, J&A Service Funny Car, we need you in the lanes, please. J&A Service Funny Cars, we're missing one of you guys. Now, Giuliano here on the left-hand side, he got the invite and raced in the 2025 World Series of Pro Mod. He held his own in one of the stoutest fields ever assembled. And I tell you, when you get an invite to the World Series of Pro Mod, that tells you the kind of racer you are, because there's a lot of guys who would kill for an invite who don't get one. Keith Haney also got an invite, and in a field of 64, both failed to qualify, but there we go. Oh, and Giuliano has to get out of it. Haney runs a nice 372 and a 4. Giuliano gets out of it, but look at his 60-foot time, a 9.63, and he very well could have made some noise there, but wisely, he was tracking towards the center line, backs off, and lives to ride another day. Now, those cones are styrofoam, yes. However, they can put a hole in your car because you're going at such a speed, and they can do a lot of damage when you hit a block. So you want to keep it out of there, and also, you can't cross the center line. That's one of the rules. It gets you disqualified. And so Giuliano doing the smart thing, and there's a nitrous on nitrous matchup there, and Haney wins the matchup of nitrous. All right, so J&A Service Funny Car, you guys should all be in the lanes. Up next, we need the Champion Auto Lift Pro 420. It's at Thornton on the right-hand side. Backing up, a Shane T tuned car out of Chino, California. So it is going to be Goolsby on Thornton. Now, Thornton has had a bit of an adventure, we'll say, to put it nicely. Ed Thornton is directly back from chassis repair following Bradenton. He's been waiting on a drive shaft due to a snafu. Got to them at 1:45 in the afternoon today. So then they take it to testing, and, well, the planetary transmission said, on the transmission, just said, peace out, see you guys later. And so they got a new gearbox. Oh, and Goolsby has to get out of it. He was getting really bound up, pulling right. And Thornton will cruise as well. The objective there for Thornton, he said, was to get to the stripe under power and didn't quite get that done. 5:26 and a 0 and a 5:86 and an 8 for Keith Goolsby. And so Goolsby crosses with a 78-mile-an-hour pass. And this is a round that guys are struggling to find that grip. They're struggling to hook up. Let's take a look. Oh, left side, that's Mr. Vettel. And on the right side, that's going to be Bob Glenn out of Pinellas Park, Florida, the 67 Mustang GT. That Ford Racing stripe, you know, international racing back in the day, way back when. Each country kind of had their own individual color. It's why a lot of British racing cars are green. It's why German cars, Mercedes, tend to be silver. The colors in America was assigned blue with white stripes and white with blue stripes. So if you're curious as to why you see a lot of cars with that specific color combo, not only is it closely associated with just muscle cars at the time, but it comes from that racing tradition. Joshua Vettel in the 1971 Barracuda Hybrid on the left side. Almost identical, but it is a new car. Oh, and Vettel has a little puff of something there on the left lane, so we'll take a look at that. But how about Bob Glenn with a 3.70 and a 4? 3.70 and a 4, by the way, is good to qualify. Number 2 with an identical time to Ron Minnick's. No, Minnick's got a 3.70 and a 1, so he is still your number 1 qualifier. But, man, he cut it close to number 1 overall for Bob Glenn. Joshua Vettel, by the way, with a nice time himself, 3.94 and a 6. He puffed a little something out, but still qualifies with a solid 8th place. And so all righty. And so we have one more. It's UFC man himself, Todd Martin. Todd Martin in a pretty new to him Mustang, brand new Mustang that I should mention. He's got, I think he's up to 4 passes all time in now. And I should mention just, you know, while he's here, one of those 4 passes he broke. Like the car went kablooey and he had to go send it back immediately. So, yeah. It's a very new car to him. Almost couldn't be newer. So full field pro mods here today. As Todd Martin fires his Mustang to life for the first qualifying pass in the history of this car. Let's take a look. And look at the sun reflect off the back end of that boy as the smoke hangs in the air here at Tulsa Raceway Park. Martin elected to keep the rear lights working on that Mustang. Those very distinctive current era Mustang 2024 lights. And that's a good choice. That's a fierce looking car. Todd, by the way, he's also rode, you know, nitro motorcycles because he is a crazy dude. All right, here we go. UFC Todd getting ready. Ladies and gentlemen, again, this is one of your owners of Tulsa Raceway Park racing his own car as part of the Midwest Drag Racing Series. He missed a lot of last year. He made a promise to his children that he'd be there for their graduation, their senior year of high school, and it's good to have him back. It's also good to see that the car got repaired over the course of last year. UFC Todd, he pulled a little left, straightened her out, and right down Broadway, 375 and a 5 is going to be good for your number 6 qualifier for Todd Martin. 3.755. And that's a heck of a run, and that's going to be how we shake out with your pro mods. And funny cars are coming through here. Top Alcohol Funny Cars are brought to you by J&A Service. We love us some J&A Service. Jim and Andy Whiteley. And you will see Jim Whiteley, by the way, in this right here group. Let's take a look. Can't quite see right under my tower here, so I'll know when you know. Oh, heck yeah. That is Lance Van Houen of Van Houen Brothers Racing. And on the right side of that is Mark Billington. Billington with the Sons of Thunder And while they're backing up, we need our final call for Pro 420. We need our champion auto lift Pro 420. This is your final call. Top Dragster, you are on standby, and Top Dragster is brought to you by Icon Forge Pistons and Race Star Wheels. Lance Van Howen out of Rhinebeck, Iowa, the 2020 Chevy Camaro. Mark Billington out of Prosper, Texas. He's a 23 Camaro. Billington got a new paint scheme for the SmackDown. Lance Van Howen, the runner-up in Kansas City, won last year. Like to thank Dennis, Marsh, Wade, Clint, Lane, and Dave. And here we go. All right, Lance Van Howen in one of the most radical cars you're going to see. The Sons of Thunder on the right side. Van Howen right down Broadway, could find a couple tenths, but overall he went from point A to point B, which is something not a lot of our faster classes have been able to do. So certainly I would say a fairly successful run there for Lance Van Howen. 394 and a 2 is going to put him in provisional number 1 after just one pass. But Mark Billington with a 5:17 and a 9, and you heard him kind of pedal things out there and shutter off and cruise across the line at 114 miles per hour. Van Howen could have found a few more mile per hour. As Steve Macklin will come up on the right side. Here we go. Kirk Williams on the left-hand side out of Glenwood, Iowa, the 2025 Monty. Williams is going to shake the tire, and something wrong for Macklin there. Ooh, boy. So 6:45 and a 4 for Williams is no bueno. We're going to go find Steve Macklin, who's going to get our first big fat XXX in the timing sheet, because he launched and then said, oh, hold on, that doesn't sound right. And his dedicated crew is wheeling him back. And I got to say, too, to all of our drivers here, maybe this is your first time stepping up to bigger cars. Maybe this is your first race. Maybe this is your 100th race, and you just need the reminder. If something's going wrong, guys, please pull over. Take Steve Macklin there as an example. If you know something's wrong, pull over, put her in park. We'll retrieve you. We'll roll you back, and we will appreciate that, because it's way easier to clean up and inspect your car when it's 3 feet from the starting line. So Macklin, our two-time reigning champion, is going to go back to the drawing board and back to the underbelly of that car and take a look, because something clearly not right there. It's not supposed to do that. It's supposed to go in a straight line. And I want to say, too, this Macklin car is your two-time back-to-back champion because it is a reliable machine. And you don't get to be a back-to-back champion if that happens too often to you. So that's a crew. They know what they're doing. They'll take a look at it and make sure that things are good to go. Kyle Smith waiting on that right lane to get ready to go. Here we go. All right, here we go out of Valley Center, Kansas. It's the 2024 Camaro Funny car of Kyle Smith. Now, we need our Race Star Wheel Top Dragsters to 7 and 8. Our Race Star Wheels Icon Forge Pistons Top Dragsters to 7 and 8. Woo, he is all over the place. He pulled left, he pulled right. Wisely decided to lift off of it right about the, 500-foot mark. But if you ask me, he probably could have lifted at about the 150. He was here, he was there, he was everywhere. 416 for Kyle Smith. And Smith going to qualify second there, but certainly not the run he wanted to do. And race control tower saw those timing blocks, and the timing blocks saw their lights flash before their eyes and said, "Oh no, not again!" But he managed to keep it on the right side of the lines, kept it between the lines like Magellan did, and here we go. All right, so we got more funny cars, ladies and gentlemen. A mighty field of funny cars here. Top alcohol funny cars. And these are not easy to race. And I'll say it too. These are the alcohol funny cars are becoming a little more rare over the around the great United States. And so these are cars that, you're trying to find. You got to find, right? They'll find you. And so to have the amount that we have here is definitely a testament to how much we love and how much J&A Service loves these funny cars. We love having them here at the tour at Summit Racing Equipment Midwest Drag Racing Series. And so yeah, all righty. And so that should bring us into, I think Jim Whiteley's down there on the right side. I can see just the front end of that funny car. And we'll figure out who else is up there. Right, so this is Trey Newkirk on the left-hand side. This man just did an 8-mile burnout. We love to see that. Not sure if he intended it to be a full 8-mile burnout. And, I'm going to tip my hat, too, by the way, to this Porsche crew member. I'll get his name, but, man, you just made that guy run a full 8th mile. Are you kidding me? Yeah. Then to go chase you back at kind of a half jog. Thank goodness it's only, like 78 out today? 80? Yeah, thankfully. Hey, by the way, just real quick here, if you guys are parked in front of the tower, we need to make sure we can get the tractor in and out of the of this area in front of the tower. We appreciate that. But I mean, can you imagine if it was one of those days where it's 100,000 units running a full 8th mile? No, thank you. I wonder if those shirts breathe. So Trey Newkirk in the Silver Slipper coming in on the left-hand side. We'll get some more information on him and that beauty of a car. Again, you have to have a valid driver's license to drive any pit vehicle, no one under 16. And so, here we go. Right down Broadway. You like to see that. Could find a couple tenths in a 2/10 reaction time, but hey, they got from point A to point B, and like I said, that's going to be good enough to put him number 2 with a 398 and a 6. Now, some of these cars are able to find the 70s, but I'll tell you what, man, they're able to find those 70s, but not in today's conditions. Something's up with their ability to find it. And so we will make sure my mic is got the right amount of batteries here. Oh, it does need new batteries. There it is. We'll change our batteries here in just a second. But we appreciate you guys watching on Facebook, on YouTube. And we'll make sure that we are ready to rock and roll. as we move through this field of funny cars here at the Summer Racing Equipment Midwest Drag Racing Series presented by J&A Service. All righty. All right, here we go. Jim Whiteley on the right side. Jim, of course, short for Jimothy. And he is the J in J&A Service. I can say that because he's got a helmet on right now and can't hear me. Final call. Icon Forge Pistons and a Race Star Wheels Top Dragster. Final call to the lanes. Top Sportsman, we need you to 4 and 5. That's compressed air supercharging. Top Sportsman, 4 and 5. Oh boy, and they shut off Jim Whiteley. And so I'll have to bone up on the rule book, but I believe there's a timer in effect right now of some sort. Because he did the burnout. And they took a look at it, and the team goes, yeah, well, we're going to wheel it back. We got another shot later tonight, so it's not that big a deal. I mean, I don't know what's under the hood there, but, they have another shot later tonight and another shot tomorrow morning to set that qualifying time. And, look, this crew, once they get this problem ironed out, this is one of the best funny car crews out there, so they'll get it fixed up. No worries for Jim Whiteley. I'm sure he is worried, but overall, from where we're sitting, this is a crew that knows what it's doing, so no problems. And here we go. Into 420. Champion Auto Lift. All right, so Jim Whiteley backed out of the box. So that is going to wrap up our funny cars. As a reminder, the funny cars and the pro mods and everything in between will run a second round of qualifying later tonight. And then we will have the Dothit Motorsports crew come out and light some fires, and we mean that literally, with their amazing Black Pearl and Quartermaster jet cars. Man, I love the Dothits are some of the nicest people in drag racing too. So it's great to see them out there, and you got to be a little bit crazy to drive a jet car. I tell you what, and the Dothits will tell you, man, it is only crazy fun. That's the only crazy about it. Because once you hit it, man, I'm sure that once you hit the throttle of a jet car, you can't quit it, man. Because I can't quit watching them. You're gonna want to make sure you're in your seats when the jet cars are rolling, and visit Jet Cars Rock for more information. And here we go. It's time to roll in to the Pro 420. All right, so we will start things off on the right side. With the OG Purple Gorilla, now the Purple Heart. It's Minix's old Pro Mod. It's a beauty. And then on the left side, hey, that's James Ogden. Nope, psych. That's James Ogden on the outside of it. Jessica Ogden is on the inside of it. All righty. All right, again, we need the Race Stars Wheel Icon Forge Piston Top Sportsman to 4 + 5. 4 and 5. Dave Pierce on the right side is racing out of Claremore, just up the road. Jessica Ogden out of Dickinson, Texas. That's a 55 Bel Air, and we do love it. Uh-oh, and so some kind of issue in the staging for Jessica. David Pierce is going to run a 4.2. Man, how about a 4.202 for Dave Pierce? All right, well, that's a tough break for Jessica Ogden. James, of course, used to be in the driver's seat of that and goes, come on, that's his daughter in there. And goes, man, I wish we could have had that running. Again, this is Pro 420, so they're aiming for 4.2 seconds on the nose. This is, I would say, an intermediary step between running Top Sportsman and Pro Mod. Many of these cars are souped down Pro Mods or souped up Top Sportsman. And this is among the fastest bracket or the fastest index classes you will find. Here we go. It's Jeremy Johnson on the left-hand side and Macy Higgins on the right-hand side. Jeremy Johnson out of Spring, Texas. All right, so Macy Higgins is running. On the right side and across the line, a 468 and a 436 for Jeremy Johnson. 4.360 at 161. Higgins ran a 4.68 with a 2 on the right side. And so Macy Higgins.
No, that was all. Okay, yeah. So we only had. I just didn't write the 10-4. So we're only missing 4632.
4632, and then we need to confirm
Who, of course, his son is Racing Mason Higgins.
I'm pretty sure it is because her number is 1968.
Yes,
so
right. Yes.
Thank you.
Her car says 1968, but her car says 40.
And that brings us to our next pair. Daryl Hubbard is racing the old dead Thornton car. It's a Shane T tuned. Piece of equipment. 1970 Camaro is joined by Case Huddleston. Huddleston in a 63 Corvette out of Miami, Oklahoma. And so this Daryl Hubbard car on the right side, he's racing out of Ruidoso, New Mexico. He owns this car, but he also owns the Ed Thornton Pro Mod on the right side. And so that car, by the way, thousands of Pro Mod passes before it got tuned down. Case Huddleston, split window, 63 Corvette. Love to see it. A little early for Daryl Hubbard, but he's going to run a 425 and an 8. And that will slot him second. Case Huddleston, a 437 and a 1. And so Huddleston will slot in number 4. Huddleston previously ran this class last year. 437 and 1, so about a 10th off.
Yeah, you were helping. Sorry, I appreciate it.
I just wanted to put a comment.
Hey.
No, I can't sit. You can have everybody that works for me. Maybe an hour, I teach everybody how to problem solve everything in the tower because I hate it.
Let me know when you're ready, okay?
All right, well, we're back in that car up there.
Yes, back over there.
I was just sitting down to get out of their way. I hear you. Are you running pro mod again right after juniors?
Yeah.
This next round?
Yeah.
You want to stay up here and I'll rotate drag for you?
Yeah,
You
but I'll
gotta
need to
run down
spray.
the
I'll
steps.
need to spray. Yeah.
I mean, I'll do that too.
All righty, so we're going to reverse that Rick Dean machine,
Mine's in.
and he will back on out.
Gear. So you just use the forward and reverse.
Oh, okay. So what are you do? What's your gear set? What do you have your?
I run.
All right, so we'll let them roll on out, and we will transition, I believe, into our next class.
Yours big down, but you got like a crystal.
Oh,
Yeah.
Cam,
Oh, I
I
can-
need to
Mine
change.
can't handle what yours
If I try to bury it, it'll.
this time for Top Dragster, we have Rusty Baxter on the right-hand side, racing out of Beckville, Texas. And on the left side, Randy Smith. Randy Smith out of KC Mo. And if you're watching from KC Mo, don't forget that you can watch us live at the SmackDown. That is twice a year. We have a summer and a fall SmackDown. Here we go. And so Rusty Baxter will roll across the right side, 399 and a 2. Randy Smith, a 390 and a 6. And that will bring us to our next pair. It's Tim White and Rich Moline.
Rusty, I'm going to try to have these in the water ball.
And so our top dragster, your minimum time, by the way, at 3:66. Tim Wright out of Harrisonville, Missouri on the right side. Here we go. Little red there for Tim White, 009 on the tree red. Rich Moline, an identical 009, but on the green side. He's going to run a 4.40 and a 5. Tim White, a 4.55. And that's going to put us up with our next pair. It's going to be David Harrington out of the right side, Ron Gibson on the left side. And so the 2009 Undercover. Purge a little bit on the right side. And on the left side, Ron Gibson, the TNT Dragster, will pull up to the lines. All right. And it's 008 for Ron Gibson, 008 red, so not quite there. He's going to run a 4.16 and an 8, a 4.10 from David Harrington on the right side. Final call, Top Sportsman, final call. Top Sportsman to the lanes, please. We need your CAS. Top Sportsman to the lanes, please. Keith Youngblood on the left-hand side, going up against Mark Moore on the right side. Mark Moore. Was neck and neck with Wade Pennington last year. That is indeed a blower car on the right side. Keith Youngblood out of Ada, Oklahoma on the left side. So, and some goes flying off of Mark Moore's car. He's all right. He's going to slow roll across it. Keith Youngblood, a 398 and a 3 on the left side. So I'm wondering what that is, huh? Let's take a look. All righty. Here's Orrin Ingolson. All right, well, we got something. We're looking at the track right now. As you saw there, Mark Moore shot something on the track, and we're going to take a look at that real quick. Just make sure there's nothing on the track. Not only they can slip the tires, but little pieces can puncture tires. I mean, you're putting as much force onto the tires as these cars are. That can get nasty in a hurry. Chloe Janicek on the right-hand side out of Wiley, Texas.
Okay, so just so when you run the
Well, no, this one.
Control C, just
Goodness gracious. That was violent, wasn't it? That is Orrin Ingolson, I believe, out of Sweden. He has it Hafnar Fjordur Gubringu. It says on here. So I don't know if that's where he's from. I don't know if that's his sponsor. But Hafnar Fjordur Gubringu to you too, sir. I'll have to go talk to him. I want to know. That's the former Pennington car.
No, I just wrote it right up here. I didn't know how to do that. Sorry.
It's a 2014 Miller Dragster. Yeah, going up against Chloe Janicek. Chloe Janicek. Out of Wiley, Texas. Uh-oh. Yeah, now get on it. Now get on it. There you go. Oh, okay. So things a little out of sorts there for Orrin Ingolson. He's going to run an 86 and a 5. I mean, so that is your number one qualifier. He has some speed, but the launch just wasn't it. And here we go, the reigning champion. It is the one and only Jordan Epper, Jesse. All right, so she is your reigning top dragster champion in the Bondicoat machine on the right side, racing out of Lake Dallas, Texas. Katie Laughter on the left-hand side. Laughter, a twin-turbo LS dragster. That's from a street car. Moved up last year to 76-millimeter turbos. She has one of Wade Pennington's wings on the back there, by the way. Final call, Top Sportsman. Final call, Top Sportsman. We put that out a bit ago, so the Top Sportsman should really be in the lanes right now.
Put that in the text and make sure. Thank you.
All right.
Hey, where's your paper at?
I know where paper is. Printer paper.
Where's your printer paper?
Here we go. Jordan Epper, Jesse Lodge is a 422 and a 0. Katie Laughter, a 417 and a 4. Laughter from Colorado. One of the Vandermeer gang. Here's Brad Basgall. Brad Basgall out of Hayes, Kansas. Cody Moore on the left-hand side. He is your one-time Midwest Drag Racing Series champion. Wired by Seymour.
After she runs, when we come back, we'll stop.
Full speed. We're all good. Okay, yeah, thank you. Thank you. And he showed you what to change, how to change whatever it is.
All right, so Cody Moore, 4-time event winner, one-time champion. He had a bit of a rough go last year, so we'll make sure he is ready to rock and roll. Green needs to go. A little bit of a steppy there is Brasgall gets a 411 and a 5, a 446 for Cody Moore slots him in down lower. Ingleson still the high water mark when it comes to time, a 486 and a 5 is John McNeil comes in on the left-hand side. It's all here's Jacob McNeil. No time 28 to 9 and 10, please. No time 28 to 9 and 10, please. Car number 4632 for Jacob McNeil. Here in Top Dragster, presented by Icon Forge Pistons and Race Star Wheels. He'll run at 441 and a 5. Here we go.
What number was it? I don't remember. 4632. And it's Jacob.
Here's our next pair. It's Daryl Bossman Reed in the 55 Bel Air on the left-hand side.
Hey, GW, how many no time 28 cars you got?
All right.
Final call, no time 28.
Final call, no time 28. Final call, no time 28 to 9 and 10. And on the right side, that's Jason Kimbrell out of Sibley, Missouri in a 1997 Saturn. Love to see that. All right, so Jason Kimbrell. '97 Saturn, I like it. It's not a common choice for a Top Sportsman car. run. A red light there for Daryl Bossman Reed. 0-1-3-2 soon. Jason Kimbrell 0-1-1 on the green side. Is going to cross with a 4.85 and a 4 at 143 mile per hour. Almost identical mile per hours. Wish I could bring that back up. I mean, I think they were identical across the line when it comes to the speed. Here we go, the left-hand side. That's Kirk Pipeke. Racing out of Pauls Valley, Oklahoma. And there's Michael Chitty. Chitty, one of the greatest racers you're going to find in this top sportsman class. However, many-time runner-up, 4-time event wins the championship on his back. Has eluded him thus far, Michael Chitty, the championship has. He finished third in points last year with an event win, by the way, in St. Louis, or a runner-up in the St. Louis race. That was a race in which he, to put it kindly, went on a roller coaster ride. That was the scariest wreck we've had in some time. He immediately got a backup car, was at the next race in the baddest to the bone display I saw all year. And there we go. A staging incident for Kirk Pipeke is going to give him a red light. Michael Chitty, 427 and a 0 at 170. All right, so Pike's going to roll the beam. Michael Chitty will get the 427 out of the way. And that brings us to Tyler Wells and Rod Moore. Man, you talk about a matchup here. How about this? You have the 3-time and reigning champion on the right side, the man with the biggest target on his back. And he's going up against Tyler Wells out of Edmond, Oklahoma. Tyler Wells, a 3-time junior champion in his first ever event in a big car. This is a young buck. His dad, Aaron Wells, a Pro Mod champion, but Tyler, one of the most decorated racers in Midwest Drag Racing Series history, the only person to ever win both of our class championships in juniors, so Sportsman and Pro Junior. And now here he is. This is, ladies and gentlemen, his first ever qualifying run. You're watching history with Wells Motorsports right here. He was turned 16 the Sunday of our race in Dallas. And he was testing that weekend. So this is his first ever pass for points. He's going to grab a green light, and off he goes. He's running side by side with Rod Moore and across the line. Moore's going to get there first, a 436 and an 8, and a 461 and a 2 for Tyler Wells in his dad's old Pro Mod. And how about that? Wells Motorsports, congratulations on your first of many runs for Tyler in the big cars. You guys have been around a little awkward time or two. Yeah, and that brings us to J.J. Huber out of Centennial, Colorado. On the right side, Mark Griffin, Compressed Air Supercharging, proud sponsor of Compressed Air Supercharging, Top Sportsman. So here's one of our Bandamere gang, the Centennial, Colorado-based J.J. Huber. Huber. driving a 1966 Ford. How about that? All right, here we go. Jeff Hofstetler on the left side, racing out of Clinton, Arkansas. Now, they're living in Arkansas, originally from Iowa and Missouri. Travis Leach on the right side and the Red Baron, too. Good to see the Red Baron back. Everyone knows I lick the windows of the Red Baron. Give a shout out, by the way, to Wild Gear, this Wild Gear cooler. They're giving away right behind the staging lanes at the Lance Carnegie merch tent. $400 Wild Gear cooler they're giving away. So make sure that when we do a bit of track prep, get on out there, get yourself a hot dog, and sign up to win a fantastic cooler. So Jeff Hofstetler, is a retired cattle rancher. He's raced on and off since the 80s. His wife, Lisa, right there. Thanks for the text, Lisa. I appreciate you. She can't hear me, though, because she's got Jeff right in her ears. So Travis Leach, the 63 split window Corvette, purging a little bit of nitrous. It's a nitrous-assisted top Sportsman car on the right side, by the way. And so here we go. Tulsa Raceway Park as the sun sets. No place I'd rather be here than right here. Travis Leach. Green light means go for Leach. He's going to leach a little off the right side and then back into the center line. A 4:32 and a 4 as he found his way back into the groove. Jeff Hofstetler, a 4:98 and a 1 at 140 mile an hour. Final call, more time 28. Final call, more time 28 to lanes 9 and 10, please. Here's Tina Pierce on the left-hand side. 0-12 for Tina Pierce. Doug Woody on the right side out of Independence. Here's Kinsey. So Kinsey drives that truck sometimes, too. So always busy, the Pierces. Doug Woody, by the way, that guy is the engine guy for your 3-time and reigning champion, Rod Moore. And so, final call for our no time 28. Final call, no time 28.
Thank you, sir.
All right, here comes our next pair. Two racers not on file. So we'd like to remind you guys to visit us at MidwestDragRacingSeries.com. Everything you could ever want right there in one place. You know, follow along with the Throwdown in T-Town. Like to say hi to you, all of you guys sitting there. Make sure to share it. Make sure to like it. Give us a thumbs up. Appreciate you guys watching on YouTube and on Facebook. As the Grand Am pulls in on that right side with the Mickey Thompsons on there. Big thank you to Hughes Weld. And of course, Summit Racing Equipment. Make sure to smack that like button, ladies and gentlemen. I'm watching you. That means you, Billy Anderson, Tatted Sailor, Brad H., Oliver. Here we go. 010 to an 011 and across the line, 486 and a 6 on the right side. The Crowler lane at 465. And brings us to our next pair. It's going to be Rod Oxford out of Parker, Colorado. Say hi to all of you watching right now live on YouTube and on Facebook. I mean, again, we appreciate every single one of you guys for being here. You guys are awesome. And so that brings us again to Rod Oxford. Oxford out of Parker, Colorado, the 72 Nova. Nitrous Purge there. He's going to be joined by the left side of Michael Sechrist. He's a gas plant operator out of Wichita, Kansas. So Oxford leaves a little too quick. 017 off the line on the red side. 509 and an 8 for Rod Oxford. 465 and a 7 for Michael Sechrist. That's going to be the 5th quickest time of this run of time trials. Don't forget, too, if you guys are watching on Facebook and on YouTube, that you guys can drop a question in the comments, and if I see it, we will, by all means, try and give you guys an answer. To answer the question, we are right here at the Throwdown. And a 443 at 161 on the right side. As a reminder, you can ride along. For the cheapest you will ever ride that fast, just head on over to the pits and get your quote. And you can have one of the greatest experiences you can have at a racetrack. A feeling that only a few can have, to go 161 mile an hour in an 8th mile. That's ridiculous.
Debate on how long it can be called for
All right, to answer Lynn real quick. Stroud Safety Pro Mods presented by Larry Jeffers Race Cars. Stroud Safety Pro Mods presented by Larry Jeffers Race Cars. To you, we are giving you a 30-minute heads up. 30-minute heads up. Hear that, Lynn? 30 minutes till the Pro Mods are back up. The only thing guaranteed is that schedule subject to change, but 30-minute heads up. All right, 5-0 index to 4 and 5, please. 6-0 index to 9 and 10. Category, so I can't give you a time. Five-0 to 4 and 5, 6-0 to 9 and 10. 5-0 to 4 and 5, 6-0 to 9 and 10.
You got 5-0 to 3 and 4, 6-0 to 9 and 10.
5-0 to 3 and 4 or to 4 and 5, 6-0 to 9 and 10. All right, so again, we got our no-time cars out here. There's a nitrous-assisted car on the right-hand side. Driver not on file quite yet. Oh, thanks, Lynn. You're awesome, too. Shout out to those of you guys watching on Facebook as well. Here we go. And pulls off right on that right-hand side. Shimmies right back into the lane across the line. He'll be there quickest. On the right-hand side. All righty. And that brings us to our next pair. How about that yellow pickup truck? And here is Lance Knigge in the 67 Nova. Hey, by the way, Lance Knigge in that 67 Nova, by the way, it's named the King. And Knigge is giving away a $400 Wild Gear cooler. Just stop by his pit. They're at the end of the lanes. They're merch tent, and they are giving away, again, a $400 Wild Gear cooler, as well as discount codes, 2 Wild Gear coolers. Swing on by. They'd love to have you get your eyeballs on a bad-to-the-bone car. All right, so Carnegie and the King, the first across the line there on the left-hand side. All right, so BMW, a gray BMW with the Oklahoma plates, JWH089. You are in a racer's paid spot, so we need you to move that car. Thank you.
470 to 6 and 7.
All right. 470 to 6 and 7. 470 to lane 6 and 7, please. 470 cars to 6 and 7. We need 6 O's to 9 and 10. 5 O's to 4 and 5, please. Thank you. And a big old thank you to some of our amazing sponsors. Summit Racing Equipment, the official racing equipment supplier of the Midwest Drag Racing Series, the official safety, Stroud Safety. Official golf card of the Midwest Drag Racing Series, Pit Pro Custom Carts, and of course, Kryptonite Customs, the official wrap of the series. Flying A Motorsports, Zimmerman Properties and Constructions, Champion Autolift, PSI Superchargers, Fuel Tech, Lone Star Corporations, D-Bar D Racing, PRS, that's Precision Racing Suspension, Larry Jeffers Race Cars, Compressed Air Supercharging, and more. I'd like to give a shout out to E3 Extreme, Drag Illustrated, My Race Pass, Competition Plus, Drag Zine, and more. All right, so we are moving on throughout. Again, we're doing we gave the Pro Mods about a 30-minute heads up about 5 minutes ago, we'll say. So Pro Mods will be not too much longer. Again, a gray Oklahoma plate, JWH089, and a racer's paid RV spot.
Looking for paper, sorry. Okay, what's your car number?
How we looking on the 6-0 card?
You're suited and booted. Get ready to send them around right now.
102.7.
Again, 102.7 is our track radio station. So if you have those hearing protectors that have the radio on them, bing, bang, boom, you can
5060 470. Final call to the lanes if you want a timer.
You can hear my sultry voice in them. 5060 and 470 to the lanes. 5060 and 470. We need you to the lanes. This is your final call. Let's take a look out in the world. All right, let's take a look here. There's our local classes. Coming on out, we can see 4050 or 5060 and 470. You guys need to be in the lanes. I see at least one class out there. See the Quartermaster, the Black Pearl, those jet cars ready to rock with the Dolphins. By the way, they have their merch is available over by the grandstands. I believe it's the Fat Tire booth over there. So head on over to the grandstands. You can find the official gear of the Dothit Motorsports, Jet Cars, the Black Pearl, the Quartermasters. Grab them. Grab those T-shirts while you're at it, because there's no better T-shirt to have than, I mean, it's a car with a jet engine strapped. What else could you do? It's the coolest thing on earth. Again, final call for our index classes. Final call, 5060-470. Junior Sportsman, Junior Pro, you're on standby. Zimmerman Sportsman Junior and Race Star Wheels Pro Junior, you're on standby. Here we go. So this is Bob Henry on the left-hand side out of Owasso, Oklahoma. On the right side, that's Richard Yarber, 2015 Mustang.
GW, how you looking on your other index box?
Here we go. On the right-hand side, that is going to be Richard Yarber, and it's a 2015 Mustang. As I mentioned earlier, those Mustang, recent era Mustang lights, or tail lights, are, you can find that on the back, of course, of the new Pro Mod, newish. It was built last year of Todd Martin, and it was rebuilt last year as well. Richard Yarber with a 91-mile-an-hour pass, 7.5 seconds. Bob Henry, 6:15. On the left side, that's Mike Moore. Out of Collinsville, Oklahoma, that's a 67 Nova. On the right side, that's a beautiful motorcycle of Randall Arts. I'll have to go figure out what in the world that bike is, but it's like a cafe racer almost, you know? All righty. As we keep it on here, we are in the 6-0 index. Randall Arts is pulling up. Mike Moore had to back on out there. And and a 592, so a little quick there for Randall Arts. And here's Stephen Cummings in a Le Mans. Oh, a 1966 Le Mans. It's now Tulsa. That's a beauty. Again, we're in the 6-0 index. I love me a Le Mans. Scoop on that. Bad to the bone. That's a good car. As a reminder, we will have more Pro Mods coming up. We'll call it 20 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. So that's enough time, by the way, to go out and get a hot dog. Ellen Eschenbacher loves hot dogs. Get some of the chicken strips. Big fan of chicken strips, I am. All right, I love me the chicken strips that they have here, specifically at Tulsa Raceway Park. Cheeseburger, Get yourself a T-shirt from any of our racers, but also from Dothit Motorsports. out behind the second of the grandstands. Here we go, green light. Oh, we're pulling off to the left-hand side there for the left-hand side, for the left-hand lane there, and I just want to say thank you to all you guys who are watching. Where are you guys watching from on our streams here? I know Tatted Sailor is watching from Shocker, Tulsa, Oklahoma, but so where are y'all watching from? Firefighting goes, hey, I'm watching from the top end. I love that. Lynn says from Muskogee, Oklahoma. That's not too far out. Lynn, you going to be out here tomorrow? Come on now. Angela is watching from Alabama. Brad from Ohio, man. Ottawa, Canada. Coming to the Stephen, you're coming out from to the shakedown in 2 weeks. Can't wait to see you there. And, it might not have gone the way you want it to, but congrats to the Sens, by the way, for making the playoffs, if I may. Jeff Wooten's watching for the Oklahoma. Jeff, you're in the Oklahoma Heart Institute, man. Sean from Florida, Ohio, Orlando, Wichita. Final call for the index. Joe Footbrake is coming up later. All right, here's the deal. Juniors to the lanes, please. Juniors to the lanes, please. Dwayne's from Bogota, Texas. How about this from Phoenix, Arizona? From Moab. Man, you guys are from all over. Good to see you. We'll see you tomorrow then, Lynn. Sean from Port Richey. Jeff, we're hoping you're all right there at the Oklahoma Heart Institute. You had a couple of stints put in, it looks like. Jeff, we're praying for you, buddy. We're here. We got you. You got this, my man. Kenneth is watching from Nevada. Wishing you still lived in Tulsa. I mean, that's the place to be right here. No better drag strip, God's green earth than this one right here. Landon Rogers crossed with the 613 at 116 mile an hour. Alan Watts with the 602 at 113. Again, Joe, Footbrake will be coming up later. Jacob is rooting on the Williams brothers in Nebraska. We got Oklahoma City, of course, and a Texas. Like me. Yeah, that's what I thought so. That's what I thought so, Sailor. They're sitting in the tower next to Damon and Ellen. Tatted Sailor is our man on the inside, I'll tell you that. And so that brings us to our next pair, Clay Mahaney out of Welling, Oklahoma, in the 1979 Plymouth. Ty Thomas in the 66 Nova. Woo! How about that little launch there for Clay Mahaney out of Welling? All right, attention. Super Pro and Footbrake. You're not running right now. You're going to run. We're only doing the index at this point. We will let you know when we need you, but for Super Pro and Footbrake, sit tight. We got you. All right, so I'm wondering how many of you guys who are watching on our streams have been to a Midwest Drag Racing Series race before. Steven, by the way, has been watching from Myrtle Beach. Like that. All right, so real quick, we're going to throw it over to commercials while we're here in our local classes. We'll be right back in just a couple minutes. Stay right here with the Summit Racing Equipment Midwest Drag Racing Series presented by J&A Service. Here are the people who are providing you free racing. Take it away.
Thousands of hours building it, tuning it, perfecting it. All for the rush, the satisfaction, the win. But you don't do it alone. You never do it alone. Your family is with you. Your friends are with you. Stroud is with you. Because none of it means anything if you don't come home at the end of the day. Stroud Safety. Making faster, safer, every step of the way.
Kryptonite Customs, high-impact, high-definition wraps, cars, trucks, SUVs, windows, signs, trailers, boats, buses, racing and commercial, even golf carts. Custom designs, solids, gloss, metallics, textures, even chrome. If you can imagine it, we can wrap it. The premier custom car and truck wrap shop, located in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Call us today. Let the transformation begin at Kryptonite Customs.
More than 25 years, ProCharger has made the most powerful, reliable, and advanced supercharger kits on the market. More than 100 national championships in the last 15 years, and thousands of wins at the racetrack. There's only one choice. Best-in-class performance on the street with the broadest product selection available, including 50 state legal systems. ProCharger. Invented, engineered, and built in the USA. Hillett Atomizer, the only purpose-built drag racing injector on the market. Built and manufactured by racers in the USA. Custom sizing and inlet designs, an all-new website, complete refresh service, and the only rebuildable fuel injector on the market. You get the right injector the first time. See why more champions run our injectors than any other brand at AtomizerFuelComponents.com.
Flying A Motorsports has been providing the motorsports industry with the finest transportation equipment for over 35 years, offering an extensive range of new and pre-owned motor coaches, toter homes, race trailers, car haulers, and more. Flying A is proud to be a premier dealer for Renegade, Show Hauler, Intech, T&E, Bravo, C-Tech, and more. Let Flying A Motorsports custom build your next race trailer or coach to best fit your needs and budget. Proudly providing quality inventory for local and national drag racing, dirt track racing, and hot rodders alike. Visit FlyingAMotorsports.com to view current and on-order inventory.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Get ready, Tulsa, because an epic jet car battle is back at the Throwdown in T-Town. Come see the Quartermaster and the Black Pearl jet cars heat up the night sky as they go head-to-head May 9th and 10th at Osage Casino Hotel, Tulsa Raceway Park. Don't miss the Summit Racing Equipment Midwest Drag Racing Series, featuring the fastest door slammers on the planet, reaching speeds over 220 miles per hour. See ground-shaking, fire-breathing romods and funny cars with top Sportsman, top Dragsters, Pro Street, Pro 420, Junior Dragsters, Outlaw Gassers, and more. Admission is free. Get your free tickets now at Tulsa-area Auto Parts stores, QuikTrip, Stubwire, and TulsaRacewayPark.com. The Throwdown in T-Town. May 9th to 10th at Osage Casino Hotel, Tulsa Raceway Park.
Us and watching. Brittany Vettel's watching from Alaska. Let's take a look. What else we got? This is going to be Gary Watts out of Tahlequah, Oklahoma. Paul Bridgewater out of Tulsa. So a little bit of background here. I've been running this. We've been at this race for 7 years. But if this is your first time at Tulsa Raceway Park, my name is Luke Clevenger, and I come to you from northern Minnesota, actually. So it took me 3 entire years to learn how to say Tahlequah, Oklahoma, and I think I'm still like 75% sure is all that I'm saying it right. Gary Watts, 553 and a 4. All right. So a non-on-file racer on the left-hand side is the sun sets, and our lights shouldn't be too much longer from flipping on here at the one and only Throwdown in T-Town. Still got Grand Lake, Oklahoma. Steven's watching from the UK as well, man. Awesome. So Murder Nova is not at this event. We still have Callie Mills is here. Keith Taney, Ron Minix is here. We have Jacob McNeil is here. We have a full field, actually. And it is going to be chaotic, to say the least, as we go into round 2 of qualifying here at the Throwdown in T-Town at Tulsa Raceway Park. I'm jealous of some of our viewers are talking about going to Santa Pod. And that's a drag racing bucket list for me. I was out in London over the winter. There in December, and obviously I just wasn't close enough to really make it a feasible drive out for the 6 people I was with. And then obviously they're not doing much racing in December there, but they have some good drag racing out in Europe. But I'm going to say something controversial, but we right here, this is where you want to be for drag racing, because I mean, you can go around the world and back, and the drag racing that we have right here, and the cars too that are here in Tulsa are really just second to none. I was over in Japan during our previous race, and Justin Dorfler broadcasted with you guys, but I was talking to some race fans because I was out there watching Formula One, which is another form of motorsports that I watch, and the Japanese and there were some Taiwanese guys out there, and they were talking. They were like, "Oh, the drag racing," and they're seeing some of the videos, and they were in awe. They're like, "We have to go to America. We have to see this because this is just incredible racing here." And again, the Pro Mods will be back in just a little short bit. And we will get back into it. Man. We got someone going to Mocan tomorrow, see Farm Truck. An easy in. How about that, man? Tom Boer from the home of the first NHRA national event, so that's got to be Great Bend, Kansas. Also the home to Newkirk Racing and the Silver car. That's a car. We'll talk to them as well. And how about this? We got the two-seater, a 426M on the right-hand side. And we're rolling it back. It's a two-seater. You can book now. Get a ride along because it'll throw your eyeballs into the back of your skull. This went 161 miles per hour last time. I'm wondering how many people watching online have ever been 161 miles an hour. You guys are probably raced some awesome cars. 161. Woo. I think because some of the guys over here are talking about racing overseas, and I think what intrigues me most about going over to some of those races in Europe, Santa Pod, I think the Hockenheim has a drag strip as well, and Shakespeare I think closed down, but Australia has some great racing too. I want to go just because the selection of cars is a little different, like the feel for cars. I want to witness the little cultural differences, and they got some bad pro mods, some bad top fuelers over there, and man, I just love to go see the different selection of cars over there. I mean, that's really what intrigues me most is when you're in an environment, let's say that has an easier access to historic German cars or French cars or English or UK cars. Like how does that change what's going to show up on a bracket race, right? It's intriguing to me, and maybe I'm off base, but man, I would love to go over to see some drag races overseas. But how awesome is the show right here in Tulsa tonight, man? Whew. Brittany says she almost did the three-seater, but her sister chickened out. Brittany, you should have rode it anyway, man. Whew. That would have been awesome. And so, we have our juniors coming up here. This is the future of drag racing. It's Tulsa Raceway Park. It's the Throwdown in T-Town. 70 degrees right now. 59% relative humidity. The air density, altitude, 1747 feet. 66 grains of water, 55-degree dew point. We're still a ways away from that, but it is going to be a fast son of a gun here as we move in to round number 2. And I know Jeff says, hey, man, I'm feeling low 60s. I'm definitely feeling we can hit some 60s. Right now, your top three qualifiers for Pro Mod are number 3, Keith Haney at the 372. Number 2 is Bob Glenn with a 370 and a 4. And then Ron Minix at 370 and a 1. And that brings us to Brooklyn May out of Jenks, Oklahoma. And our juniors, come on in. Brooklyn May out of Jenks is going to stage on up. Remember, folks, this is time trial, so they'll do a performance predictor later on. We're just running our 2 rounds of qualifying tonight. Round 1 and 2. All in this stream. Here we go. Green light means go. And a pass across the line on the right side is going to see an 885. Left side, a 902 at 72 miles per hour. I think I'm going to see a 60. I think we're going to see a 364 in Pro Mod. I think he can run 600s off. So temperature has dropped a bit. Here's Jovi Brundage. Brundage, you may hear or you may not hear more accurately. Jovi racing in electric junior dragster. Now, drag racing as a whole is a combustion engine kind of sport for those of you watching here. And why electric junior dragsters when there's no electric full dragsters? Well, junior dragsters these are not cheap machines. I mean, some of these engines are tens of thousands of dollars. And as you graduate up, these junior dragsters can go quicker and quicker and quicker. And so junior dragsters are a little cheaper and they don't require full engine replacements. You just kind of, to put it simply, flip a switch and suddenly it can go from an 1190 car to a 890 to a 790. And so less upkeep and more possibility to grow with the car. And really, when you're a junior dragster, you're not dealing with so much horsepower that it's going to herky-jerky you left and right. You're dealing with honing the skills to reach the quarter or reach the 8th mile rather in a very specific set of time, something that's going to serve you very well as you graduate to bigger cars. So it's not so much just about the raw horsepower, but it's about honing your skills, and electric serves the junior scene very well. Very, very well. So we do have a junior stop that's top of the track there. And as you can see, the track here at Tulsa goes uphill following the quarter-mile mark. And that uphill stretch is there to slow cars down. But sometimes, and I'm not sure if this is the case here specifically, but sometimes our juniors and other cars can flip off the car or go particularly slowly and just run out of steam before they hit the turnoff. Amen to Richard. Real cars have doors. I will bite my tongue out of respect for our J&A service funny cars and our rail cars and our dragsters, but pro mods they're nuts. They're crazy. Right on the edge of control. And it looks like we have that top end clear. So our safety crew guy is going to make sure everything's clear there. Walk off the track, and you can hear that left-hand side junior dragster fire right back up. Mag says, wish Lawton Motorsport Park was still open in Oklahoma. And I never had the privilege of visiting there, but I agree. All right. I mean, any and all drag strips, I wish they were all open, with the exception of one, but that one knows what it is and what it did. Green light means go. And you can see Jovi Brundage's Electric Junior across the line, and that'll do just fine at 886 and a 3. Needs to slow that down theoretically about 0.04 of a second. All right. To those of you guys watching on the live streams on Facebook and on YouTube, first off, don't forget to like, don't forget to share, don't forget to subscribe to the Midwest Drag Racing Series. We appreciate every one of those. And those likes, those shares, those follows, those really allow us to bring you this free content. And then also, I want to know what you think the number one qualifier will be after the second round of qualifying. Where do you think we're going to get? As a reminder, your number one qualifier right now is the one and only Ron Minix with a 3.70 and a 1. So where do you think our number one qualifier is going to be after round 2? 70 degrees out Fahrenheit. And we're looking at about 1,700 feet of density altitude. What is our number one qualifying team going to be? Jeff says a 361 and a 9, and he's got the Purple Heart on there. That's a Ron Minix supporter. Richard Carter says a 363. Barnes says a 64. 363 for the Black Mamba, I see. Angela says 360. I would love to see a 360. Yes, Olivia Dangermeyer comes out here at Stevensville, Michigan on the right side. Culminating on the left side at 82.23. At 786, rather, at 82 mile per hour, and at 7,999 for Olivia Danger on the right side. That brings us to Kinsey Wells, one of the fantastic Wells Motorsports families out of Edmond, Oklahoma. Steven says a 365. I like that prediction. I said a 64. I think they're going to get 600s out. Now, keep in mind, I've been talking in an air-conditioned room this entire time. I have not gone out there and felt the conditions myself quite yet. As Reed Clocker comes out in somewhere around a 70-degree weather in the 2023 Junior Dragster. Colton is a pro, says, I got 361 on the Black Mamba. I like that. I think Haney can find some speed. He's also my outside pick for champion this year, just because there's a lot of wild cards this year, and I think Haney was the strongest car last year, but he ran up against the brick wall of Mark Mickey. Never count Keith out in his current form. In his 2022 form, maybe not so much, but never count Haney out. And so Kinsey Wells will run at 797 and a 7 and 805 for Reed Clocker. Angela's got a 360. Like I said, I'd kill for a 360. 74 degrees out. Jeff stepped is like, hold on, let me step outside. I'll give you exactly how warm it is. stuck his hand outside. Said, yeah, it's 74 out. Who else we got here? Reed Clocker. Or, excuse me, that's Ryan Keith. There's our RFC chaplain, Joey Keith. And ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know RFC or what they do fantastic work. So we always support RFC, and we appreciate their support. Here's Caden Duell on the right side. Caden Duell is going to give us an interview later this evening, I believe. He's racing at St. Louis, Missouri. He's got the ring on. The green light means go. Caden says he thinks Keith takes this event home. It's hard to argue against Keith in Tulsa. It really is. The Black Mamba is always strong at his home track. Ryan Keith going to be the first across the 788. Caden Duell in 800 and a 7 at 82 miles per hour. Here's Emmy Shepard. Yeah, Steven is right. Yeah, it's now says 69 with the DA of 1684, which means it's dropped, an extra, 70 some odd feet and a degree and a grain of water within the last, about 15 to 20 minutes. So it is indeed dropping. I think overnight low is looking at, the current real feel, it says, is about 50 degrees. Overnight low is 50. And then if you need a reason to get excited tomorrow, let's pull that forecast up, because I looked at the weather tomorrow when I was flying in, and it looks like a tremendous day for racing. Yeah, Saturday, high of 73, low of 51. You're going to see some monster times tomorrow when it comes down to eliminations, and also just to start the day, because, of course, we start those qualifications tomorrow, the last round of qualifications on I only have the Friday schedule in front of me, but I'll get back to you on that. I believe it usually we start at 10 a.m. and the pro mods come on after that, so it's coming down, but yeah, the humidity is just a little high. Steven says 369s. I'm going to disagree with Steven a little bit here. Steven knows his stuff, but I'm going to go with the I think I said 364. I think we find more than 100. And I also think that we only had one of the big stories of our pro mod. We only had, let's see, out of the 16, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Half the cars had to shut it off at some point. As Abigail Wilson goes red out of Moore, Oklahoma on the left side of 794. Madeline McClelland on the right side in 863 and a 9 at 75 miles per hour. But yeah, no, I think that as hopefully more of those drivers hook up and are able to do a full pull down to the 8th mile, I think we're going to whittle down lower than a 69. But Steven he's a brain. He's a guy. He knows his stuff. It's Candy Brundage of Ada, Oklahoma. And I promise you that whatever I say is going to be wrong. Thank all you guys for saying it on YouTube. Yeah, Steven, there we go. It's going to, forecasted DA tomorrow is about 600 foot. So about 1,000 overnight foot drop. Time's close to the 360s tomorrow. And yeah. All right, Stroud Safety Pro Mods. This is your 20-minute call. This is your 20-minute heads up. And again, as we move on through this, we're going to go pro mod, and then we go right back into the cycle. And as a reminder, Footbrake and Super Pro, you guys will get worked in right as we start that cycle back again. But first things first, we're getting pro mod. We're ready to rock and roll. Should be about an hour and a half with an asterisk away from jet car racing. Side-by-side jet cars of Dothit Motorsports. The Black Pearl and the Quartermaster, they're bad to the bone, and you can get their merch right beneath the far grandstand on the left side of the track. So the second grandstand out there. Go grab those jets. They are amazing machines. And you can also go up to the Dothit Motorsport tent, by the way. They have some shirts there as well. And get a look at those cars. They're incredible pieces of work. Yeah, our dew point is about 55 degrees right now. And we just dropped to 69.2 degrees. So to those of you in the stands, what we're looking at is tuners know that this track, in theory, has a little more grab, a little more bite. And so those who kind of lost it in that first round are coming back and they're saying, hey, we could throw something at this track and maybe that same tune comes right back and grabs. Those who set a stout time go, we can speed things up a little bit, give it a little more, and you might be able to see some good, strong times. Again, we gave our Pro Mods a 20-minute heads up 3 or 4 minutes ago. So we are going to make sure that they are ready to rock and roll. And we're about an hour and a half-ish from jet car racing. Hey, real quick, I'm going to lean on over to Noel here. Noel? We're going to step aside here. We're going to be back. We're going to take a little quick commercial break while we get the track in tip-top shape. You're watching the Summit Racing Equipment Midwest Drag Racing Series presented by J&A Service.
Thousands of hours building it, tuning it, perfecting it. All for the rush, the satisfaction, the win. But you don't do it alone. You never do it alone. Your family is with you. Your friends are with you. Stroud is with you, because none of it means anything if you don't come home at the end of the day. Stroud Safety, making faster, safer, every step of the way.
We all know lighter is faster and faster is better. Every belt Stroud sells is cut, sewn, and assembled in our facility in Oklahoma. When we say made in the USA, we mean it. Stroud belts, now sold in 3-inch or 2-inch straps, are best when paired with our new Defender Series black laser-etched ultralight aluminum adjusters and cam lock. Stroud employees take pride in manufacturing the world's safest seatbelt. When you want quality and experience, reach for the belts with a big blue patch. Stroud Safety, making faster, safer.
Kryptonite Customs, high-impact, high-definition wraps, cars, trucks, SUVs, windows, signs, trailers, boats, buses, racing and commercial, even golf carts. Custom designs, solids, gloss, metallics, textures, even chrome. If you can imagine it, we can wrap it. The premier custom car and truck wrap shop, located in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Call us today. Let the transformation begin at Kryptonite Customs.
More than 25 years, ProCharger has made the most powerful, reliable, and advanced supercharger kits on the market. More than 100 national championships in the last 15 years and thousands of wins at the racetrack, there's only one choice. Best-in-class performance on the street with the broadest product selection available, including 50 state legal system. ProCharger. Invented, engineered, and Hillett Atomizer, the only purpose-built drag racing injector on the market. Built and manufactured by racers in the USA. Custom sizing and inlet designs, an all-new website. complete refresh service, and the only rebuildable fuel injector on the market. You get the right injector the first time. See why more champions run our injectors than any other brand at atomizerfuelcomponents.com.
Stroud employees take pride in manufacturing the world's safest seatbelt. Every belt Stroud sells is cut, sewn, and assembled in our facility in Oklahoma. When we say made in the USA, we mean it. Stroud belts, now sold in 3-inch or 2-inch straps, are best when paired with our new Defender Series black laser-etched ultralight aluminum adjusters and cam lock. We all know lighter is faster, and faster is better. When you want quality and experience, reach for the belts with the big blue patch. Stroud Safety, making faster, safer.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Drag Racing Series season opener at Extreme Raceway Park. My favorite road trip snack is Skittles. Like, I always have to have Skittles, so usually...
Compressed air supercharging. Experience our advantage with cold air intake temperatures. Boost in a bottle. Instant boost. Very low air intake temperature sensor. Increase reliability. We have 2 systems available, 1500 horse and the 2600 horse system. More information at compressedAirSupercharging.com or info@casupercharging.com.
Have you ever wished you could fit your toolbox in the palm of your hand, or really needed that extra set of hands while making a jet change at the track? At WAF Racing, we specialize in designing and manufacturing top-tier automotive tools that are made strong to withstand travel, yet lightweight not to slow you down. Tested in-house and at the track by the team at WAF Racing, every part is made by racers for racers. From compact toolkits, carburetor top hats, or spark plug storage containers, our tools are precision engineered and manufactured in the USA. Made of the strongest materials, every piece strikes the perfect balance of durability and dependability. Maybe you need something custom just for you. We do that too. You need WAF Racing in the passenger seat for your next drag racing event. Head over to WAFRacing.com today to take your racing experience to the next level. WAF Racing. Design, build, race.
Is this anybody's first time at the drag strip tonight? Hands up if this is your first time. Got a couple first timers here over there. There's one. So in these pro mods, you saw them earlier. When 2 of these cars are side by side, that's more horsepower than the first 3 rows of the Indy 500 combined between these 2 cars. So what we're doing right now, and I know this noise is everybody's favorite thing. We're making sure this track is extra, extra sticky. Because what we want is these cars that generate an unbelievable amount of power down right here on the track, because we want to see cars go We want to see cars go 3.7 seconds or quicker to this 8th mile. And that's going to take a lot of speed. Last year, cars break the all-time speed and ET record at the Midwest Drag Racing Series, and the field has only gotten tighter since then. So this full field of 16 pro mods is ready to show up and show out here at the legendary Throwdown in T-Town. And so the process for that is lay down a bunch of rubber, spray an adhesive on rubber, and then tires backwards. So we massage the adhesive into the rubber, and that your shoe can get stuck on it. See you guys waving up there. I'm not sure what you want, but are you any of you guys going to come down here tomorrow? Who's coming tomorrow? So tomorrow we're going to have another full show of eliminations. We're going to have our jet cars. We're going to have Dorset Motorsports out here tomorrow as well. Down, we're going to award a champion. A $20,000 prize is going to be awarded right here at Tulsa Raceway tomorrow. But tonight, we also have jet cars as well. And if you guys want to do me a favor, pull out your phones, look up jetcarsrock.com. Dorset Motorsports are right over there. They'd love for you guys to give them a follow on Facebook, give them a follow on Instagram, because if you haven't seen these things yet, these things are bad to the bone. They're insane. Our track drivers have to do special things to stay safe because there's flames everywhere. And I'm not going to lie, the last time I saw the Dothets, I believe, no, the second to last time I saw the Dothets, they were in Michigan, and those jet cars turned on, the force shook the building so much that it knocked a ceiling tile out of race control. That's how much force is in store for us tonight. But first things first, the fastest is right here. And we're going to do a two-seater real quick. Attention, attention, attention in the pits. Stroud Safety Pro Mods presented by Larry Jeffers Race Cars. We need you in the lanes. Pro Mods to the lanes. Is Jeff Pierce coming out? Tell you what, now that I step out here, I could not ask for a better May evening in Tulsa. I come from land of cold and snow, and I was worried it was going to be swampy out here, and this is beautiful. All right, how about this little exhibition pass? And this right here, ladies and gentlemen, this is a nitro motorcycle top vehicle. These are the fastest things on two wheels in the world. And you think you got to be crazy to drive a Pro Mod? Go up and down and ask the Pro Mod drivers how crazy this guy is right here. They will tell you they might not do it. Exception of one. Here we go. Check this. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, how cool is that? Yeah, if you want that, they're going to Chicago next weekend. And here's a guy, by the way, share of them. What can you describe the feeling of riding one of those to the people here?
Well, it's been quite a few years since I rode one of those. I mean, it's one of the funnest things I've ever done in my life. It pulls so hard all the way. You know, Mitch has been doing it for over 30 years. Him and I have been buddies. So when he went Top Fuel Races, can you come help me tune my fuel bike? And I'm like, absolutely, because I can't get on one no more. My wife would run off and leave me, she said. But I still get to drive the Pro Mod, hang out with all my friends. Great to see all these people here tonight. Y'all are doing a great job.
Thank you so much. And I'm going to get back to race control, ladies and gentlemen. Pro Mods are coming up. UFC Todd is looking at round number 2 of qualifying. We're ready to rock here at Tulsa Raceway Park. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if what I'm looking at isn't one of the best sights in motorsports, that is Pro Mods rolling around the tower. Looks like we're going to get McNeil and Minix in our first pairing. Hoo-hoo-hoo. All right, so we have a very special man. It's his 38th birthday here. And what's your name, sweetie? Abby? Abby? All right. What do you want to say to your dad?
Happy birthday!
Oh, did you hear that? Happy birthday to John Corbett out there. Abby's up here in race control watching, and hope you're enjoying that VIP section down there. All righty. Jacob McNeil on the right-hand side is going to come on up here. He's driving that former John Stouffer driven Plymouth Barracuda. It's a beautiful car. He's going up against Ron Minix. Jeff Pierce, Tune Machine. He's your number 1 qualifier. All right. So big happy birthday to our guy down there in VIP. Big happy birthday to anybody watching. Big happy birthday to the one and only Kyle Christ of Straight Line Media. Kyle, I know you're out there somewhere. Happy birthday, Kyle. Yeah, Sandman. We're looking at some of our comments here on Facebook and YouTube. Yep, Sandman was supposed to be there. I believe he's got some stuff going on personally, so we wish him all the best. Believe him and his wife are at home resting right now. I'll tell you what, man, Sandman, one of the OGs in this sport. And then also one of the nicest guys off the track. You wouldn't even know he's so fearsome on the track. And if you just saw him on the track, you wouldn't know that this guy is like a Sunday school teacher. We are taking a little peek out there. All right. Gosh, look at how these cars look in the evening lights. And also look how nice Brenda looks. Hi, Brenda. Brenda's not waving back. Come on, Brenda. I see you, Brenda. As the sun sets here. Oh, and look at that. That is the Jacob McNeil Scott Palmer tuned machine on the left side. Hey, they're right there, by the way, is John Stouffer in the white shirt. Former driver of this very car. And ladies and gentlemen, I just heard the best words in Pro Mod Racing. Fire them up. Let's go. It is time for round 2 of qualifying. And the field is tight. And the racing is only going to make it tighter. Right now, our number 1 qualifier, Ron, drove a clean 377 on the right side for the Scott Palmer tune of this Barracuda. And now Ryan Bush. He needs to approve from a 6-second pass. We do have a bump in effect this fine evening. So minutes, the class of round number 1 of qualifying, but we had a hard time connecting during round 1 of qualifying. I'm not sure the track readings were, but it was a little hot, but it wasn't like we're talking Dallas Motorplex hot, right? Or like Topeka in July hot, right? Like we're talking it was slightly more perfect. So conditions have cooled off since then. The engine should like it a little better, but the question is are the tuners feeding the Pro Mod what it needs? So 700ths of a second differentiated these two in round 1 of qualifying. Minix, a self-employed business owner, a 1968 Camaro, for a Morrison tune machine. Here's your 2020 Midwest Drag Racing champion of Pro Mod. This is a man who has a championship banner, so never count Ron out. So a little bang bang on the hood. Here we go. Halfway staged up. Oh, it's both of them right down Broadway. Immediately a 366 and a 3707. That's going to be your number 1 and number 3 qualifiers. Minix improves by 400ths. McNeil by 700ths. 3.665 at 204 miles per hour for Ron Minix. Jacob McNeil, a 3.707 at 203 miles per hour. And a great pair right there, side by side, down to the wire. You love to see that. So tonight we are running, I believe we are scheduled to run the Jet Dragster right around 10 o'clock, so in about an hour's time. And then tomorrow, 10 a.m. until we finish, we're going and here we go, Ray Martin on the left-hand side. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, that is Ray Martin. Driving. Here we go. On the right-hand side, Chris Giuliano out of Iberia, the nitrous-powered 67 Mustang. A 4:29.5 in his previous run. Giuliano, your number 10 qualifier, going up against Ray Martin, who is sitting in the Jim Whiteley, Stephen Whiteley, Brandon Snyder Camaro. Chris Giuliano. He's got it under control, but we'll double check what in the world went on there. We saw quite a bit of flames shooting out under the car. As Ray Martin will run a nice 373 and a 2, and that's going to knock 200s off. And by the way, 373 and a 2 is going to slot him at 5th. That car has won a championship. Stephen Whiteley won a Midwest Drag Racing Series championship, I believe, in that a few years back. And so we'll double check the track where Chris Giuliano went bang bang, and then see if we can't get an update from Giuliano himself. Let's double check. Sorry, no, Steven got runner-up, and I believe that was in 2022 behind Dustin Nesloni in Pro Mod. And so got a thumbs up from the top end, and it's Giuliano is in his equipment is A-okay, and so we're double-checking the track to make sure that that little kablooey there didn't drop a little something on the track. So right now you're looking at a new top 3. Minix, Glenn, McNeil, Haney in 4th. Ray Martin is slotted into 5th. And what's interesting about Ray Martin is he found a 75 in the first run, 3.75 seconds in the first run, and a 3.73 in the second run. And, you know, that Whiteley car is a very consistent car. It's, you know, I think they got the tune on that. Ray Martin's a tremendous driver, so we'll see if they can make some noise. Real quick, we're going to put a hit out for Funny Car. J&A Service Funny Car. We need you to the lanes, please. J&A Service Funny Car to the lanes. And so that brings us to Keith Goolsby. The Black Pearl is new to him last year. He had terrible luck with it, though. Threw rods back. And here we go on. He'll be on the right-hand side. Ed Thornton is on the left side. Thornton, by the way, Daryl Hubbard, Shane T-Tune's car. I mean, this thing has had a bit of a struggle, we'll say. They only got the drive shaft in it, I don't know, like sometime between 1:45 and qualifying round number 1 at the 6 o'clock. The Planetary in the transmission exited the car, limiting their run, only testing run, and so A new gearbox in Q1. Didn't quite get a full pull on it because it's a tire chatter issues on the right, on the right side in round 1, and now he'll try out the left side. Ed Thornton will out of Chino, California. We'll have an interview with the duels after Pro Mod and Funny Car wrap up. First, let's bring you some high horsepower action here. It's Goolsby, the number 16 qualifier. He's on the bump. Goes up against Ed Thornton, the number 15 qualifier. The bump, 586.8. 5.868. All right, a 371 on the left side and a 372 for Keith Goolsby. Good run for both of them. They're both going to slot in. Thornton 4th, Goolsby 6th. They're safe. So now it's Callie Mills. And let's put that all into the old data sheet. Ed Thornton with a 3.714. And Shane T, I think you got a decent run out of that one. I think that'll get a nice little thumbs up there as Shane T says, all right, everything's working. He said they weren't trying to, break any world records. They were just trying to get it from point A to point B. And here's Chris Russo out of Cedar Grove, New Jersey. Yeah, he's coming from New Jersey to here in the States. And on the left-hand side, that is Ryan Bush. Now, he ran a 6-second pass earlier. He shook his tires and had to flip her off. Which, half the field did. But he's going to need to find a 4.9-second run to get back in the field. And, if he's going to run a 4.7, he really just needs to get down the stripe in the 370, 380 range, and he should be safe for the time being. Chris Russo did that in round 1. He's your number 8 qualifier with a 374 and a 4. Funny Car, J&A Service Funny Car to the lanes, please. J&A Service Funny Car to the lanes, please. Champion Auto Lift Pro 420 on standby. It's Funny Cars, J&A Service Funny Cars. You guys should either be in the lanes or making your way to the lanes. Bush. At 69 Camaro, 959 cubic inch. A little bit of a flash up there on the left-hand side, but a solid run from Ryan Bush. 376. That's going to be good to get him in the middle of the field. Christopher Russo, the 371 at 201 miles per hour. That will improve him to 5th. As Ryan Bush finds a decent run, 376. And like I said, slots him in 10th at a 204-mile-an-hour pass. What's interesting to me is Ray Martin with a 373, but look at the mile an hour. It's a 194-mile-an-hour pass. And so 1 through 10 is all within the 70s, the 370s. Ron Minix is the only one lower than that with a 366 and a 5. The bump now, Mike LeBate. He's sitting P16. Robert Davis, 15. Both of them at a 490. And Callie Mills on the outside looking in. Now, these are tremendously talented drivers. Sometimes you just don't hook up and end up on the bump. That's what happens after round 1 of qualifying. So let's take a look. It's the Angry Bird on the left-hand side. So for those of you watching on Facebook, for those of you watching on YouTube, who is your favorite to win? Now that we're watching here, round 2 of qualifying, we're getting a sense of what these cars can do in the night. Is it Minix? Do you think Minix takes the event home? Do you think Haney still has something to show? How are we feeling about Bob Glenn? Well, all right, maybe some intrigue here in the left lane. We'll take a look. But Robert Davis out of Canton, Florida, in the 2018 Camaro. He's new to the Midwest Drag Racing Series, and now I'll tell you what, when there's $20,000 to win, thanks to our amazing sponsors, we're going to get some amazing racers from all over the United States. We're here at the Throwdown in T-Town. Wooten says the more things change, the more things stay the same. He's calling a final between Keith and Ron. That's a matchup the Midwest Drag Racing Series is darn familiar with, I'll say that. Robert Davis and Mike LeBate will be running as a pair. Quarterway staged up. Here we go. And so LeBate pulled way hard right. Avoided, thankfully, Robert Davis. Davis crossed the line, but LeBate took out a timing cone. So we'll take a look at Robert Davis's time. He ran a 3.70 and an 8 is what this says. But if LeBate took out the timing cone, what's the time? But if he took out the timing cone after Davis passed, then no harm, no foul. Well, there is a foul, obviously, but you get what I'm saying. We'll take a look right here. But how about Robert Davis? And I want to give LeBate, by the way, a little pat on the back for avoiding what could have been a nasty mishap. That's a 3.708 for Robert Davis. That's a good run from him. He's going to get my green sticker of approval. Mike LeBate. And so we're going to take a look. Yep. All right, so we are making sure that we are getting our timing blocks replaced. Because we are under a little bit of timing block fixing. Ooh. So we're making sure that everything's good to go. We're actually setting up an interview real quick here. So you're going to want to listen to that as we prepare ourselves for that. A little something fixed real quick. Caden Duel over here is yeah, you know, I broke the back end to that chair earlier, Caden. So you're gonna get the one that's broken for the interview. Sorry, not sorry. All right. How about that? No? How about now? Hey, there we go. All right, so we got our microphone fixed there. All right. Fantabulous. All right. All right. Well, welcome everybody here to Race Control here at Tulsa Raceway Park. I'm Luke Clevenger. I'm here with Caden Duel. Caden, first things first, man. How's that ring fit in your finger, dude? If you want to hold that up to the camera, let's let them see that bad boy. You got awarded that last night at the banquet, and that is bad to the bone. How's it feel, my man?
Feels pretty good. A little bit loose, but
You'll grow into it.
Yeah, I'll grow into it.
You'll grow into it. And you got a nice jacket as well, as we give all of our champions right there. You came up in it. How's that? It's got to feel special walking out of there with a champions jacket that, you know, a lot of the adults out there, they don't have that either. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you have a championship. You got to be gunning for a second, right?
Oh, yeah. We're trying to go for like the back-to-back in like different classes in a row, you know?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So Tyler Wells is the only person who has ever done pro and then Sportsman Junior Championship. So you got that to go up against, but you know, Tyler Wells is racing top Sportsman. Do you look at Tyler Wells going top Sportsman and go, that's going to be me in a couple years?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And I want to ask too, top Sportsman your plan? What do you have long-term? What do you want to drive?
So I want to go for a pro mod, but I want to build up to it because
Yeah.
as soon as I go straight into it, it's just going to feel so uncomfortable and stuff like that. So.
Oh, yeah. And, you know, the top Sportsman's going to feel a heck of a lot faster than a junior, obviously, right?
Yeah.
And so you got to build your skills up there and build up to it. What pro mod? We asked you this earlier, but not on camera here. What pro mod do you like? Do you like a turbo, a nitrous, a blower?
I like a turbo.
Uh-huh.
That looks pretty good.
You go with a Camaro body or something wild?
Something wild.
Something wild. All right. It's tell us real quick, you know, Bomberito sponsors your junior team. And tell us real quick about your sponsors and how much of a big help they are.
So Bomberito, yeah, they're really big, like all over the place and stuff. So we just really gotta.
Yeah, they're a huge dealership out in St. Louis, and they sponsor racers all over. So we give a big shout out to Bomberito for helping out the race team, right? So
yeah.
And I also want to ask, you know, we've done 2 rounds of time trials so far tonight. How are you feeling about your chances tonight?
I'm feeling pretty good about it. Haven't been in the car for a little bit, so just trying to get warm up to it, but we got it.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I got to say too, you know, as we wrap this bad boy up, first off, appreciate you coming up here. We have these brand new lights so that we don't look like, you know, blinding, but we are staring into, I think, the heart of the sun over here.
Yeah.
You're going to be like squinting at the Christmas tree tomorrow.
Definitely probably will.
And then, but I do want to thank Nolan and Ryan for getting these set up. And also want to say, too, I'm sorry I broke the chair in front of you. But now that we are through that, understand that I'm going to blame you for breaking the chair tomorrow.
All right.
You get the tall chair, but you get to take the blame for breaking it. So thank you guys for watching. Thanks for coming up here, man. We appreciate you here at the Summit Racing Equipment Midwest Drag Racing Series, presented by J&A Service. And Mike Narks just texted us and said, remind folks to hit the like button because we would like bringing you this content here as well. So we're going to take a look real quick at what's going on the track and as we continue our repairs here. And we thank you for coming on up here, Caden. We appreciate it, man.
Thanks.
I'll tell you what, man, this is a special kid racing, and he just hurt my finger by giving me a fist bump with the championship ring.
Sorry, my bad.
No, I'm kidding you. It did hurt, but I'm like, man, I wish one day I could hurt. I could hurt someone like that. That is a beautiful ring, man. Absolutely awesome. So thank you to Keith Haney. Thank you to the Summit Race Equipment Midwest Drag Racing Series for honoring our champions and our future of racing, Caden Duell, and all of our juniors. And I'm sure we'll talk with the Duels as we move on out through tomorrow as they get ready to rock and roll into eliminations tomorrow. But first things first, we are back to Pro Mod Racing here at Tulsa. Here it is, Robert Costa in the Grand Prix lane. And in the Crowder lane on the left-hand side, that is Aaron Wells, your 2019 champion. Steven says, turbo, you got to go with the screw supercharger. He's a young kid. He has ideas, Steven. It's up to the adults, though, to bring him back to reality, right? I tell you what, man, that's there are talented juniors, but it's interesting to me that, and this is similar for a lot of sports, that you can tell talent when you're watching them, at a young age, and that is one of those kids that you could tell he's got the talent already to develop into one heck of a race car driver. He's our reigning champion of our Sportsman juniors, and he really wants to be the second to ever win both junior classes. Aaron Wells on the left side, Robert Costa on the right side. Your number 16 and your number 12 qualifiers. And here we go. Costa previously ran a 3:909 or 9:04, excuse me. Wells had to shut it off, but these are two right down Broadway, 372 and a 371. Good runs there. Costa's going to slide on in to number 6. Aaron Wells with the 372 and a 4. Is going to slide on into 9th. And here's a wild stat for you, all right? If Costa sped up by 1,000th of a second, he would have got Ed Thornton. If you'd have slowed down by 100th of a second, he'd be sitting in 10th. 5th and 10th are separated by 100th of a second. That's a heck of a gap, and the field continues to tighten here. Chris Giuliano now sits on the bump, and here is the woman sitting on the outside looking in. Callie Mills out of Sand Springs, Oklahoma. In scarlet, the car owned by Paul Hayden. Like to thank Goodridge Limited, Iski Cams, Race Star Wheels, Larry Jeffers Race Cars, Quick Performance, and American Pride Golf Carts. Lee White and Dwayne Mills are tuning. Her dad, Dwayne Mills, legend in his own right, but Callie coming up and saying no. You want to take a guess who the driver is? I'm the driver. Watch this. And there's the Black Mamba. You know his name. You know darn well who it is. How's it going, Callie? And listen to the low grumble of the Black Mamba. And so Keith Haney, his previous run of 372 and a 4 was one of the best times of Q1. In fact, it qualified him 3rd. Right now, though, he sits 8th. Chat, is he going to break into the 60s? Needs to find 200ths and change. What do you guys think? Shout out Todd, who by the way, was tuned in on Facebook, just said Mopar. Heck yeah. He knows what he likes. And here we go. The Black Mamba purging some 90. Jeff says the Black Mamba will be the second to find the 60s. Ron Minix, a 366 and a 5. Your number one qualifier. Now, my right brain says I don't think Haney's going to find the 66, but I wouldn't be shocked at a 68. My left brain says never count the Black Mamba out. Here we go. Oh, and how about this? It's side by side and a 366 and a 370 and a 2. Keith Haney, your number one qualifier on Saturday night, provisionally. And Shane Goodnight, Bobby, their high fives are echoing throughout Tulsa. That is a monster run for the Black Mamba crew. Goodness gracious. And how about Callie Mills and the Mills crew over there? You guys, number 3 qualifier, a 370. That's a stout run. Congratulations to the KMM team over there. And you guys showed out and showed everyone what you could do with that run. Talented drivers, the two of them. That's a 370 and a 2. And Haney, number one qualifier by 0.003 of a second. Champion Autolist 420 to the lanes, please. Champion Autolist 420 to the lanes, please. As Joshua Vettel comes in. He'll be on the right lane. Bob Glenn is on the left lane. Now, Bob Glenn is another guy. I think he's going to find the 60s. He found a 370 and a 4 in the much warmer air midday. But now our temperature has dropped another 3 degrees. It's 66 degrees, 1530 foot of density altitude. Still a little high, but we've dropped a couple hundred feet. We'll see what he can find. Jeff goes, I was 2 small numbers off. No, man. All right, I see you, Stephen Billings, on YouTube. That's a monster lineup. It says a Pro Mod lineup at Santa Pod. Crown Vic, a 57 Thunderbird, a Plymouth Superbird, a 55 Chevy Bel Air, 67 Camaro, a Mustang GT, a Dodge Avenger. Here we go. And across the line, a 3.668. Bob Glenn qualifies number 3. Joshua Vettel finds his way into number 5 with a 3.70 on a 2. 3.702. He's tied with Callie Mills for 4th. And so our timing system can only show 3 digits, but it can go out, I think, to 8. Yeah, it can go basically toward the speed of light, means it doesn't matter anymore because it's laser-based. But when it says Callie Mills is ahead, it does mean it. But as it stands right now, they have identical times for as much as our computer system can tell us. Yeah, for as much as it can show. Bob Glenn, though, how about a 3.66 and an 8, 3.668. And what a run for that.
Zayden, y'all go on down. It's off the parachute, so it's probably gonna be from the 8th up somewhere.
Steven's going to have to talk to me about drag racing sensors when we do the shakedown, which, by the way, is in 2 weeks. And that is in partnership with Donald Long and Duck Promotions. So can't wait to work alongside Duck and Altucci and show off some of the stars and cars in the Midwest Drag Racing Series. Can't wait to be there. So be sure to tune in and find more information at MidwestDragRacingSeries.com. Taking a look at something on the top end. Callie Mills. By the way, the mile per hour separating those two 702s. Callie Mills 3702. Joshua Vettel with 3702. Mile per hour for Callie Mills 200.68. Vettel a 200.59. So Mills a slightly higher speed, and looks. Ooh, look at that shot. That'll be the one and only Todd Martin. I'm gonna grab myself a nice beverage here, and remember, folks, if you want a nice beverage, the beer girls are out there. They're working for tips, so grab a beer, enjoy it, and you are gonna want to drink that sucker before the jet cars, because that might evaporate it. Jet cars are coming up in half an hour to 45 minutes, somewhere around there, as you take a look at the track at the top end. Top Dragster to lanes, please. Top Dragster. We need you to lanes. That's the Icon Forge Pistons. Race Star Wheels. Top Dragster. Final call to Pro 420. That's the Champion Auto Lift Pro 420.
Thank you.
Yeah, Steven on there developed our apps, by the way, on YouTube. And so, like I said, I'd love to go and talk to him at our shakedown, pick his brain, because like I said, he knows more than I do by a million times. And I would like to get some of that knowledge out of his brain and into my brain, because that is a fountain of information on timing systems and how they work and the back ends. And he's a smart guy. Here's Todd Martin. Top Dragster is coming to lane 7 and 8. Race Star Wheels, Icon Forge Pistons, Top Dragster to lane 7 and 8. So Todd Martin will be your last of the Pro Mods. As I wet my whistle, I'd like to remind you guys, grab some beer, grab some soft drinks, some waters. It's all at the snack shack or the beer stand. And while you're at it, grab yourself a nice Doubt Motorsports or Black Mamba Midwest Drag Racing Series t-shirt. Commemorate this fine evening. Oh boy, here we go. Todd Martin. That's right down Broadway. He found the 60s at 369 out of nowhere. He's your number 4 qualifier. Hi, Todd. Looks like the Mustang's treating you well, I would say. And by the way, that's his personal best in that Mustang, and I know that because it's a brand new car. 369 and an 8.
No, just run qualifying. Okay. All right, top end funny car coming at you.
And that brings us in to our J&A Service Top Alcohol Funny Car. There's Jim Wiley on the left-hand side. Now, he had some issues when he took the burnout box on the right side during round 1 of qualifying. Jim Whiteley last year finished 3rd in points. Whiteley, look for him to come towards Lance Van Howen. And also look for Steve Macklin on the right side to find a time. Macklin had to pull over after an awkward launch. He's your reigning champ. Whiteley, one of the most formidable in this field. Red bar for Macklin, it's not going to matter. 369 and a 363 for Jim Whiteley. He is the fastest car on property. Bad to the bone. 3.63 seconds. And a 3.699 for the one and only Steve Macklin. And both of those cars are going to find the 60s.
Say that again. Top any good?
And how about that? Whiteley and Macklin with a pair of monster runs. So Lance Van Howen is now the third qualifier, which it should be said, Lance Van Howen, Trey Newkirk, Kyle Smith. Now, they were 1, 2, 3, but those three racers and everybody below that, there was a challenge to connect to the track around what a qualifying if you didn't watch or weren't here. And so for those three racers, anything that is pedal to the metal and in a straightish line to the finish, just go to the finish under power, that's going to get you into the top of qualifying. Now, if you're going to find a 363 like Jim Whiteley did, oh boy, I think we could see some really amazing times. 66 degrees here in Tulsa Raceway Park. And that brings us to Kirk Williams. And on the left side, that is Mark Billington. Billington out of Prosper, Texas. Again, top dragster, top sportsman to the lanes, please. Top dragster, top sportsman to the lanes. Top dragster, top sportsman. Need you guys in the lanes. Thank you. Indeed. Vortex 1173 says, this is my track. Tulsa Raceway Park, home to some of the baddest racing on the planet. Whoa! Goodness gracious, Mark Billington will play with fire on the center line. Like Magellan, he keeps it between the lines and plants it P4. 376 and an 8. And so Kirk Williams with a 373. Mark Billington with a 376 and a 3. And boy, howdy, that was a close one.
Jeremy Johnson is who you're missing in Pro 420.
Jeremy Johnson in Pro 420. We need you there. Jeremy Johnson to the lanes, please. Jeremy Johnson to the lanes, please. Am I a dork? Yes, absolutely. Do you love me, though? You totally do. Oh, it's probably a lot quieter in Dallas when I was abroad. I'll tell you that. Jeremy Johnson, we need you in the lanes. Here's Kyle Smith. Yeah, all right. Here's Kyle Smith. Kyle Smith out of Valley Center, Kansas. He is the 2024 Camaro, 416 in the first run. Here we go. Right down Broadway. How about that? 367 and a 1. A fantastic time. That's going to log him second in the qualifying. 3.67 and a 1 for Kyle Smith. And he slots in number 2. And here's Lance Van Howen's opportunity to knock a couple tenths off.
Final call, top sportsman.
Final call, top sportsman. Final call, top sportsman, top dragster. Here we go. Lance Van Howen out of Rhinebeck, Iowa. 2020 Chevy Camaro. I tell you what, man, there might not be a more lovable crew anywhere on property than Lance Van Howen and his crew. They're here for a good time. They're here to go fast. They're here to have fun, man. Am I wrong? Or is like if you were to go grab a beer with any crew, Lance Van Howen's crew would be like probably number 1 or number 2, man. He is right up there. And it's Van Howen, not Van Halen, but I'll be darned if he doesn't seem like he could be in Van Halen. Trey Newkirk looks. They look exactly the same. Or related at the very least, man. Oh, man, what an awesome group, this Fuddy car. Little jumpy as it hiked up, and a 392 and a 5 is going to go 200s faster, but not exactly what he was looking for, 3.925. All right, so here we go with the 2-seater. Trey Newkirk not answering the bell during round 2 of qualifying. And so our 2-seater will go, and we will get right on in to our Pro 420. And again, final call for top dragster and top sportsman. All right, so little addendum here, and I think we could go public with this to our qualifying. I said that on the outside looking in, I forget who I said was on the outside looking in, Giuliano on Pro Mod. That's not the case. It's Mike LeBate, because the time that he got, he hit the cone on, so we can't rely on that data, and so we have to revert to his number 1 run, which is number 17. So he is on the outside looking in. LeBate is number 17. Giuliano is 16 for our Pro Mod class. How about that 160-mile-an-hour pass? I like this comment from Stephen Billings. We were talking about online. We were talking about the Van Howen brothers. He says, I gotta laugh. There's a team in the UK called Williams Brothers, exactly the same way as the Van Howens, as on that funny car. And I'm like, it's something about you get those drivers, and they're just they're the people to be around, man. Yeah, there we go. Jessica Ogden's up there. Right hand side. All right, what does Josh want for me? We are missing tech cards for 4427 and 1963X. Sportsman Juniors. We're missing tech cards for 4427 and 1963X. As a reminder, non-denominational chapel service is tomorrow at 8:45 in the party tent. And when the good sir Joey Keith is involved, it's always going to be a party. Tent or no tent. Jessica Ogden on the right side, left side, that's Case Huddleston. Ogden timed out to start off with. And so she will stage up, and now it's time for Case Huddleston to break his first beam. There we go. Green light for both of them. And Ogden got a little close to the wall there, didn't she? Came a little right out of the groove. But, I mean, still ran a 4:18 and a 3. So she was a little quick. Case Huddleston, 4:28 and a 7. That's as close to the pin as Huddleston's been. So Ogden goes under the index time for the 420 class. Macy Higgins will come out. He ran a 4.682 in his previous run. All right, so left lane single for Macy Higgins. All right, so Macy Higgins out of Mulberry, Arkansas, 2012 Camaro. Now, he was running, I think, the contender for Heartbreak of the Year last year. It was this guy right here running in this class. He had a beautiful former, if I'm not mistaken, Mountain Motor Pro stock and smashed the wall. But thanks to the resilience of him and his crew, he has that Camaro back up into the 420s, and it's a nice machine. A little red, but that's okay. Across the line, 425 and an 8. That's going to be a good run from Higgins. I mean, I would say it's either him or Michael Chitty, but Chitty finding a replacement car and being at the very next race is still one of the most insane things. Because Chitty, I'm going to keep this PG, one of the biggest days out there. And that brings us to Daryl Hubbard. Ooh. Short and sweet burnout. You could hear the tires rip right there. Final call, top sportsman. Final call, top sportsman. And a green light, but 424 and a 5, but that didn't sound perfect. Yeah, it sounded like it struggled to get that 425 and an 8, but I mean, hard for me to argue with a 424 and a 5, rather, you know? It did not sound possibly as healthy as it could have been. Here's David Pierce, your number one qualifier. He is 002 off the mark. It's Pierce. And so the former Purple Heart of Ron Minix, formerly the Purple Gorilla as well. All right, here we go. Dave Pierce on the left-hand side, your number one qualifier, reigning champion of the Champion Auto Lift 40420, this 2003 Grand Am. As a reminder, you guys can watch at home if you can't make it tomorrow. Green light. Oh, boy, here we go. 4:22 and a 3, so that's not going to improve his time, but it's still a pretty stout time. Oh, very close to that 4:20. So you can watch at home, online, Facebook and YouTube. Formerly the Purple Rain of Melanie Salimi, by the way, that Purple Heart. Or the Purple Heart's the Pro Mod. That's formerly Purple Rain of Melanie Salimi. That's Purple Gorilla. Purple Rain became Purple Heart. Then Melanie got a new Purple Rain. If I hear the word purple one more time, I think I'm going to lose my mind. I got it somewhere in this. But We'll have to go. Yeah, I have to go look through this, but there's purple up and down the field here. That's what I'm saying. Here we go. Green light from Rich Moline is going to give us a 4:38 and a 2. Tim White on the left side, a 4:37 and a 2 across the line. It's so 11. Chloe Janacek as we move through to our Race Star wheels and Icon Forge pistons. Top of the Dragster. Your number one qualifier, her quickest, is Orrin Ingolson, but man, he took a roller coaster to get there. Randy Smith, a 3.90 or 3.90, and Keith Youngblood, a 3.98. And here on the left side is Rusty Baxter at 3.99. You all righty. There's a green light, and across the lane, 392 and a 1 across that 8-mile mark with 181 mile an hour. That's going to be left lane qualifier number 3. Into the left lane, Chloe Janacek. Yeah, all righty. So here's Jeremy Maples on the left-hand side. Maples is your number 2 point sitter last year. He was so close. It was the championship battle, the talk of the season. Jeremy Maples looking to make up and come for the championship this year. A 4.40 and an 0.10 on the light. Ron Gibson a little too quick on the light. 1 second flat at the 60, but is going to run a 4.21 and a 9. Not going to improve on his overall time. There's Keith Youngblood. And here's Randy Smith on the left side, Keith Youngblood on the right side. 390 for Randy Smith. Keith Youngblood, a 397 and a 6. Here's Katie Laughter out of Noble, Oklahoma. Slapped some new turbos on that bad girl yesterday, or last year rather. You get across the line. She's going to go with a 4:16 and a 2, so picks up 100th of a second. David Harrington, a 4:05 and a 9. Well, let's take a look. Who is that? Is that Cody Moore on the right-hand side? He had some terrible luck last year, man, but he is a former champion, and you look for him to make some noise this year. I kid you not. He was at the banquet, and he's looking at the Epper Jesse and Maples going, I should be up there, too. I'm the guy who should be the challenge. Yeah, you. All right, so we have a little bit of something firing off here for Orrin Ingolson out of the 2014 Miller Dragster on the right side. He's your number one qualifier. And by number one, I mean that because he has the low ET, he will slot in to he will appear first on the qualifying sheets, rather. But really what that means is he's got the low ET. It's all in the dial-in, so it doesn't matter that much what your number is, as long as you can hit your number. And so, oh my goodness. Hey, I got to give a shout out real quick to Bubba Stanton just went 351 elsewhere in the great United States. So congratulations to that. That's a monster. All right, real quick, we are going to step aside. We're going to throw things over to the sponsors. We're going to thank our sponsors here at the Midwest Drag Racing Series. They make sure that you guys can get free racing content. Here are a few of them. We thank them so much. You're watching the Summit Racing Equipment Midwest Drag Racing Series.
Compressed air supercharging. Experience our advantage with cold air intake temperatures. Boost in a bottle. Instant boost. Very low air intake temperature sensor. Increase reliability. We have two systems available, 1500 horse and the 2600 horse system. More information at compressedairsupercharging.com or info@casupercharging.com.
Footbrake and Super Pro to the lanes, please. Gassers to lane 3, please. Gassers in 3, Footbrake in 9 and 10. Super Pro, we need you to the lane as well. Stand by for the lane assignments on that. Give me 1 second. Super Pro in 5 and 6. Footbrake in 9 and 10. Gassers in 3. And then no time. You guys will be... Okay, no time. No time. You guys come up to the front of the line. No time to the front of the line, please. Alrighty, all right. So that's Jason Kimbrell and Tyler Wells. Tyler Wells goes 001 red. I tell you what, that kid just chops down trees like he's George Washington. Huh. He is just a monster out there. Fortunately, he comes down on the wrong side of it. He's going to run a 447 and a 2. Jason Kimbrell, 482 and a 1. All right, again, no time, no time. We need you guys through the lanes ASAP to the front of the lanes, please. No time to the front of the lane. Here's Stina Pierce and Travis Leach on the left-hand side. All righty. So Tina Pierce on the right-hand side. Travis Leach on the left-hand side. Leach, your number 2 qualifier. Pierce, your number 8 qualifier. Oh, not good for Pierce. 447 and 164 mile per hour. The 63 Corvette. So we'll take a look at what the Colorado's doing. No time 28 to the lanes, please. No time 28. We need you at the front of the lanes, please. We got 4 of you in the lanes. How many are missing? I'd have to do the math, and I'm not super good at math. But you know what classes you are. If you're no time 40, no time 28, get on up there. Well, hey, there's Josh Scott, our tech director, and a guy who knows his junk, we'll say. He's a very talented man, very kind man. Who he's teched so many cars. Every one of these cars has gone through his technical inspection. His scrutineering, as you may say. As we take a look now, running on. Not Sportsman. This is Daryl Bossman Reed. He's in a 55 Bel Air. Beautiful car. 65 degrees out, 1,300 feet of DA. JJ Hubert on the left side. Hey, thanks, Jeff. We appreciate you. Just saw that comment right there, and big thank you. Hey, and Richard as well. Don't forget Richard, Dirty Panda on YouTube and on Facebook, but he's doing the roamer, and with the way the wind is shifting tonight and with as close to the airport as we are, we're nixing the drone on this tonight. We're going to revisit that tomorrow, but he is our roamer all throughout the day today, and he is doing a bang-up job of it as well, so we appreciate it. Yeah, the wind is a little wispy tonight, so we got a little drone, and we can only get up to a certain amount because we're, literally across the highway from an airport. So you always got to play nice with the FAA. And Josh Scott doing a great job over there. Good to see him. And let's see what JJ Huber and Daryl Bossman Reed got. Oh, look at who it is. The man, the myth, the legend in the water box right now, too. But first, it's 2 stout racers. Green lights bingo. 001, too quick for JJ Huber. He's going to see a cherry, but he's going to run of 1.4 seconds quicker than his previous run. He'll slot into the low ET of the class. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I got some good news for you. Do you guys want jet cars? Here's the run order. We're going to run this class, Footbrake, Super Pro, and Gassers that are in the staging lanes. So we're going to run the staging lanes, then we're going to run jet cars, and then we will take a bow, and we'll be back to racing tomorrow at 10 a.m. Hit the Throwdown in T-Town. But we're on line. That side is the Whiskey Barrel of Rod Moore. So I take a peek out behind and take a look at what's going on, but we are not that far removed from jet cars in your face, courtesy of Dothan Motorsports. Again, you can get your jet car, quartermaster, and black pearl t-shirts behind the second grandstand, right in front of the Summit trailer. And this man on the left-hand side is bad to the bone. He is the only person with a t-shirt that says 3-time champion on the sleeve. Only because Tyler Wells doesn't have one made, but he's also a 3-time champion. He is one of only 2 men or women, to have ever been 3-time Midwest Drag Racing Series champion and reigning of Top Sportsman. He 3-peated. His name's not Pete, but he says, I might try for a 4-peat here coming up. Here we go. It's Rod Moore in the Whiskey Barrel. Pulls a little right out of the groove, finds it, and across the line, 436. Oh, my gosh. Okay, so previously he ran a 436 and an 8, then he ran a 436 and a 0. So he's 8th thou off of his previous run, which was in probably about 10 degrees hotter and much more humid. Goodness gracious. And that is why he's a 3-time champion. So we were just talking up here. Rod Moore, 10 degrees separation, runs 8 thou off. He's our 3-time reigning champion. And, you know, it's not an uncommon thought to be like, man, is he going to 4-peat? And Rod will be the guy to tell you, when somebody come up on here on this hill and push me off then, because as it stands right now, I'm the king of this hill. And he welcomes all challengers, baby. He is a monster. He is an absolute machine in that whiskey barrel. And he won, I think, the first 3 or 4 events last year. He had that locked up, if I'm not mistaken, mathematically locked up after, like, Michigan. It's insane. Double 8, Todd Stahlbaumer on the right side is going to cross the line. 5:29 and an 8. And so he'll be the 18th fastest car. 008 on the tree. 143 mile an hour pass. And here is Rod Moore. Here's Rod Moore's engine guy. It's Doug Woody. Doug Woody racing out of Independence, Missouri. And he has not won a Midwest Drag Racing Series event. And it surprises me that he hasn't. With as good as he is, with as consistent as he runs with us, I think he's one of those guys that I'm like, that's the thing, is he's building the engine of the most unstoppable force in that class. But yeah. Yeah, well, that's it, right? Here's a testament to me giving to customer service. I'm giving Rod the engine that mops me and everyone else up. But also, too, it should be said, here's Rod sitting there going, hey, you know what the real difference maker is, though, is behind the wheel, right? So it's a great team they got there. 3-time championships and then some. Here we go, 2-seater. Then we're going to run our Footbrake, Super Pro, and Gassers that are in the lanes. We're going to run them out, and then it's jet car time here at the Throwdown in T-Town. I want to take a look out of my back patio here. Just beautiful sight of Tulsa Raceway Park. There's the black. There's the Black Pearl and the Quartermaster. With the Luma Media wraps that light up under the night sky. And perhaps I need to change my batteries out. I think I'm running these bad boys out, so give me 1 second, everyone. And we're back. So this is Andrew Spradlin on the left-hand side, the 1979 Camaro. We're in our No Time 28 small tires. Lance Knigge out of Casper, Wyoming. Oh, man, how about that? Hey, $400 cooler giveaway in his pits. So go visit Lance Knigge, preferably when he's back in the pits, you know. But, yeah, just saying. And by giveaway, I don't mean steal a $400 cooler from a racer. That's not what that means. Green light means go. Woo! Little left, little right for Andrew Spradlin. And first across the line is Lance Knigge. And hello. Our next group, Richard Edwards. How are things going, man, down there? You catching your breath? And he does an exhausting job. His arms probably hurt quite a bit. His legs probably hurt. But I'll tell you what, at least it's a nice night out to be outside. And it's not, Lufkin, Texas in 100-degree heat with the rattlesnakes everywhere like last year, or St. Louis on the 4th of July weekend. That's always a fun one. And by fun, I mean 100 degrees and humid. As our next pair come on up. Roy Allen on the right-hand side. I like the barn find, buffed out, unpainted exterior that this guy has on the right side. There's a lot of clean cars, but every once in a while, you gotta have a dirty car. He's gonna pull off left. Whoa! He did. Did he tap the wall? I saw some sparks coming out. I saw some sparks coming out there. And we're going to go take a look at that real quick. We're going to back our car out here. Let's take a look real quick at what's going on up the finish line. So the track is A-OK, and if I had to wager a guess, I believe that car on the left is the one I saw earlier during testing. And that thing squats like a pickup truck in Carolina, all right? It drags the back end. And so would not shock me if that was a rear bumper that just scraped the ground. So if it's the car I'm thinking of, and if it's happened the way I'm thinking, then perhaps he was dragging that thing with an A. How's it going? All right, and that brings us to our next class, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting close to our amazing jet cars. Still here, No Time 28 class. Like us some No Time cars. It's always fun. It's also fun when a car squats so deep that we think it dragged the rear bumper and shot sparks everywhere. That was. Now that I know it was nothing, I could say that was sick. For future, though, I mean, maybe not make a car we have to check the track every time, but that's still pretty cool. There's a little nitrous purge here. On the right side is Josh Steele. On the left side, that is the 5195 car. Steele is a Chevy S10 in the 1987 model, driving out of Stonewall, Oklahoma. Green light. Now, I don't have the reaction times. This is No Time. Steele looked like he was caught by surprise a little bit by the green light. And so the wind light comes up on the left-hand side. And that 5195 car left him in the dust, dropped the gap. All righty, so that will bring us up to, I believe Footbrake is coming up next. All right. I see you, Monkey Man. We're trying to work on that. Here we go. Here we go. All right, Footbrake and Brittany McClellan is a little slow on the giddy up and go. Joshua Pilcher out of Coweta, Oklahoma. The Suzuki 5.51. And here's an 89 Firebird on the right side. John Rawson Jr. on the right-hand side. And John Rawson Jr. in the 89 Firebird is going to run a 7:44 at 91. Here's Richard Yarber out of Luther, Oklahoma, the 2015 Mustang. And here we go. Green light means go. Look at the shift light flip on for the 1X77 car on the left-hand side. Here's Richard Yarber with a 765 and an 8. Gage Wilson on the left side, a 99 Chevy Camaro. All righty. how about this, Mr. Narks? I mean, you got the microphone, man.
Well, hey, so this is kind of fun. I mean, obviously, I'll let you go ahead and call the ones that are in there in the beams, and then we'll talk about the double duty for both of the next cars that are in the water box.
So here's Slim on the left-hand side. Coming up, he's a regular around these parts. He just writes Slim on his tech card, and then just like,
He's like, I drive a first-gen S10. I'm good.
Yeah, right. And how about this motorcycle?
Nice wheelie from Slim.
Yeah, right. But he's about to get gapped by this motorcycle. 559 to a 651. It's hard to beat the acceleration of a bike.
Yeah. Well, and so let's talk about double duty racers, which are both of these guys right here. So Cody Moore in the left lane in the Ranger truck.
Cody Moore, by the way, is a one-time champion of the Midwest Drag Racing Series. He's top Dragster 2023 champion.
Yep. And then Mark Griffin in the right lane in his secondary, his Super Pro Roadster there for compressed air supercharging system.
There's
so
another scuba car.
Yeah, he's also racing in Sportsman as the class sponsor and hopefully class leader once he leaves this event. That's his goal anyways, I'm sure.
All the doors open. Lost in the first round in Dallas, and how about that? A 538 and a 5. Here's what's crazy. Like, realistically, I am not ever really going to be on the 8. Right?
No.
Unless I find a lot of money that I don't have.
Right. Or hey, you could get in the 2-seater and go faster than that.
That's true.
Yeah.
By the way, spots available. But to Mark Griffin and Cody Moore, that probably feels like you're going 2 miles an hour. That's that fun Sunday drive.
Yeah, and Cody's the Ranger there is a street truck. Like he drives it on the street, drives it around, runs around, does all that kind of fun stuff. So I definitely wanted to talk about the double duty. Yeah. You know, another big shout out, Jeremy Maples pulling double duty this weekend, top Dragster and top Sportsman.
There's another guy who's hoping he does great things in his future. Man, I tell you what, Jeremy Maples had a tremendous.
Yeah. Just it was one round. Get down to it. All right. Well, listen, I'm going back out there. I'm going to do some recording and talking. I do want to say to the folks on the live stream, thank you so much. You guys have been amazing. I've been getting notifications all night long. So the folks that are here in the stands, thank you as well. If you don't know, I am the social media marketing director here at Tulsa Raceway Park. And you guys, man, you keep me up late at night. I'm trying to give you as much content, and I'll tell you, we're just getting started. If you see posts from us here at Tulsa Raceway Park, please share those out to your friends. Let them know this is the biggest race of the year so far. And I mean, by numbers so far, we're looking at maybe a record crowd. This is pretty amazing.
I can't wait for tomorrow. By the way, same deal tomorrow too. Here's the deal. Saturday is an even better deal than today, because today we run tomorrow. We start at 8 a.m. and we run until this late again tomorrow. And this is already bang for your buck. That is extra bang for your buck. Free admission, $25 to park, and for as long as you want to watch drag racing.
And hey, let's talk about parking, because $25 gets you outside the gate, $40 gets you inside the gate for VIP parking.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's the way to go. But I want to give a shout out to our Tailgate fans down here.
Oh, yeah.
Down there on the end. That is probably one of the best spots in the entire house. Except for the VIP suite, but
can I just
the tailgate spot? Way to go, man!
Can I just compliment you guys too? That $25 to park, but free admission. I was talking to a friend of mine up at Racetrack that's just closed down, but it's north of here. They run a very great program. For an equivalent, they would charge $25 a head.
Well, typically to get in here, it is $15 a head.
Yeah.
So if you have 4 people in your car, that's $60 to get in. But it's free parking then. This weekend, it's free to get in, $25 to park. I hope I see some RVs and buses and stuff in the parking lot tomorrow.
Because guess what? The RV that has 14 people in it is still $25.
That's exactly right. All right, guys, I'm going back to the area. Again, thank you so much for coming out tonight. I really appreciate you guys doing this. And again, hit that share button when you see those posts pop up.
Yeah, absolutely. As we carry on through our local classes here. carry on through Super Pro here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I got good news. About 10 more cars still with jet cars is what I'm hearing. All righty, Michael Seacrest will cross the 429 and 8 at 158 miles per hour. He's at 4.298 is that's quickness. We'll run the two-seater as well. I'd like to thank some of our amazing sponsors: Atomizer Racing Ejectors, Zimmerman Properties and Constructions, Elite Parts, Cars and Engines, Elite Motorsports, Fuel Tech, Strange, ChampionAutolift.com, RacingJunk.com. I tell you what, if you ever want to preserve the money that's in your wallet and or bank account, don't go to RacingJunk.com. I don't even have a credit card, and yet I go to RacingJunk.com, and I can almost feel the urge to get a race car floating away from me. RacingJunk.com and Musi Racing. Top Fuel Bike was a lot of fun tonight. You may have to move that outdoor mic. Take a listen. Appreciate the heads up. Redneck OKC. I have my computer on mute, so I can't hear. We got our tech guys back there. As we go 120 mile per hour pass on the Grand Prix side of things. Hey, by the way, just tech talk real quick. Part of the reason there's some struggle with the microphones in any drag racing series is because the microphones have a built-in limiter that when a sound reaches a certain pressure, it can either break a microphone, like a ribbon microphone, or it from the microphone. And when you get drag racing out there, it can get very loud, obviously, and sometimes mics like to go up and out and up and out. And as we come on to our next pair, only a few cars left before we throw the Doffits out there. Hey, and by the way, that is why we were taking those baddest 8-mile drag racing on the planet out. Why? Well, because we don't want them to catch fire, and they will catch on fire. They will catch on fire. I cannot stress that enough. Jet Cars Rock, celebrating 40 years in jet cars. Black Pearl and the Quartermaster are coming up. Don't forget, folks, Fat Tires Apparel Trailer. They have t-shirts, hoodies, flags, koozies, stickers for sale. Jet Cars Rock. It's the Dothets. David Dothett will be driving, and David Gates will be driving the Quartermaster. I'll tell you what, he is nuts. Here we go, two-seater action. It is the Proud American. So make sure that you are ready to rock and roll. And you can register with them to go on the two-seater ride of your life right here. Here we go, green light, and away we go. 162 miles per hour. And that brings us to some of our last pairings here. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're out getting a beer or something, Jet Cars are coming up. Gotta go look to make sure I know where they are. It's the last pair in the water box? Yeah. There we go. All right, here we go. Gordon Laster, perhaps fittingly, will come to the line in our final pair. I thought that was witty. So 2025 marks the 40th anniversary of Dothett family campaigning Jet Cars. David Dothett grew up around drag racing, helping his father, Smokey Joe, on the family's wheel standard, Smokey Red, and then on the Dragster when they made the switch in 1985. And then 1 week after graduating high school, David received his Jet Dragster license now 31 years ago. At that time, David was the quickest and fastest teenager in the world. Since then, David and his family have traveled the world making exhibition runs in their Jet Cars, Hawaii, Aruba, Curacao, Japan, Mexico City, U.S., Canada. He is in the Black Pearl. On the right side, it's the Quartermaster. That's a 65 Mustang jet car. He's from Mechanicsville, Maryland. He's 25 years old. His top speed, 298 miles per hour. David would like to thank his parents for the incredible support they've given him throughout the years. They let the speed bug bite him early. He grew up surrounded by the roar of engines. And at just 11 years old, he began his racing in junior dragsters, eventually moving to a 6-second Mustang and then a jet dragster, commanding the power of a jet funny car. We'd like to thank Optima batteries. Both jet cars have 3 yellow top Optima batteries on board. Lighthouse Gunsmith, offering merchandise, transfers, gun education, and concealed and carry repairs, cleaning, and more. D-Max Components with the perfect trailer disc brake. And, of course, Luma Media, who are putting on the light show on the Black Pearl. The Quartermaster, the Black Pearl. It's time for jet racing here at Tulsa Raceway Park. Ladies and gentlemen, while they can hear you, make some noise. Because they are not going to be able to hear you in just a few moments' time. And they will be performing tomorrow as well here at the Throwdown in T-Town. We are ready to rock and roll. The Dothits, 40 years coming to this one. $10,000 horsepower, roaring to life with 30 gallons of diesel. And yes, General Electric J85 engines, outputting 10,000 horsepower. Oh my goodness. Afterburners. Kick on. This is used by the U.S. Air Force, these engines, in aircraft throughout the world, such as the F-5 supersonic fighter aircrafts, the T-38 Talon, a twin-jet supersonic aircraft. They are in the Bell X-14, an experimental aircraft. These, somebody had the bright idea to strap them to race cars, and here we are. Ladies and gentlemen, the Dothits and their family reside full-time on the road to make sure that everyone everywhere gets to witness the amazing jet dragsters and jet cars you're going to see here tonight. And so if you're up against the wall, we need you to move on back. That includes you in the VIP viewing area. Thank you. Our photographers will back up, and we will light the track on fire. Keep looking at the track, by the way. There will be some kind of fire there. It is 684 pounds, these engines are. 2 stages of turbines. By the way, the water speed record is held by one of these engines. I'm hearing okay, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Dothit Motorsports, the Black Pearl, and the Quartermaster. Here we go. Oh, Black Pearl coming up. The Quartermaster. There's the Black Pearl. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Here we go. As the retrieval cars make their way on up the track. Ladies and gentlemen, let the crew hear you as they come by. There are the family members of these two brave pilots. As the engines spool up with all the power and might of jet engines used by our military every day. The lights go out, and we are ready to race. It is time for the Black Pearl and the quartermaster. Listen to the noise. They will stage up to the line, and we will let them fly. Pre-stage lit. And off we go. Oh, and David Dothit, his chute comes out early. Let's take a look at the right-hand side. It is going to be a 162-mile-an-hour pass. Oh, 185 at the 8th mile, 4.3 seconds. What a run. On the right side, 185-mile-an-hour pass at the 8th mile. Ladies and gentlemen, let the Dothit Motorsports crew hear ya. And as a reminder, we will be back to you all tomorrow, 10 a.m. Central Time. For those of you watching online, we will have our final qualifying session in the morning. Then in the evening, we eliminate winners until we have a $20,000 Pro Mod winner and winners up and down our fearsome classes at the Summit Racing Equipment Midwest Drag Racing Series. You're watching the Osage Casino Hotel Throwdown at T-Town here at Tulsa Raceway Park. We'd like to send a thank you to all of our fine sponsors, J&A Service and Summit Racing Equipment. This has been a broadcast of the Summit Racing Equipment Midwest Drag Racing Series presented by J&A Service.